Fine. I hope we are good to go, right? So guys, what is static testing? As I mentioned, in static testing, where we don't need to perform any kind of execution. It's all about you will be getting a documentation, you will review it. So in this module, it is important to know about how many different types of reviews are there. So what exactly static testing it is and what is the review process. So general questions on this chapter will be based on, you know, usually it is based on the roles, responsibilities. What is the role of test manager? What is the role of facilitator? What is the role of scribe? Even there are 4 different meetings available. So who is responsible to initiate that meeting? This kind of questions will be there based on this module. So weightage is only 5 marks. It's very simple. So only go through the process. What is the review process? How many phases are there? There are total 5 phases. So we'll be discussing on that. So very first, you are already aware what static testing it is. Whenever we test the application without execution, that is called static testing. But one more point I would like to add. In automation, let's say we have certain tools to perform static testing also. So what we can test statically? Guys, we can test all the documents. All the documents means requirement document, design document, code document also you can test statically. So somewhere there is a benefit if you understand the code, if you analyze your code while doing static testing, you will able to notice the defect, such a defect that you might not notice at the time of execution, at the time of validation. So static testing again having a benefits. Okay, it will help you to start early. You don't need to wait till the developer gets start and developer develop the application, and after development we'll be starting our testing process. So you don't need to wait for that, correct? So you can start directly from the requirement phase and you can continue your testing process till the release. So very first, static testing relies on all the manual examination of the work product. That's the process, guys. Work product, all the documents you can verify using static testing. We have certain tools to be followed where we can verify again the documents, and then it called static analysis. So generally for code type of testing, like how much code you have prepared and what is the, like, is there any problem in that code, any kind of syntactical error, whatever it is, logical error. Sometimes developer have defined some different logic, right? Everything we can track, and that is through the tool. Mostly tools are followed in that case, but still you will be able to notice the defect which you will not able to notice while during dynamic testing. So static testing having a benefit. So guys, you can see what work product we can observe during static testing. All type of requirement specification, business requirement, functional requirement, security, user guide, everything you can validate. I mean, you can go through it and you can check it. You can review it better. Again, epics, user stories, acceptance criteria, we can verify, we can statically test. Even code, architecture, web pages, testware. See the point, testware. Testware means testing related documents where you can, it includes test plan, test cases, procedure, or automation script. That also you can statically verify. So contract, project plan, schedule, budgets, even some models that are activity diagram, somewhere the graphs, okay, you can verify, somewhere the structure you can verify, use case templates, use case diagram also you can verify, state the transition diagram also you can verify. So that will help you to understand the flow of the application. Okay, so definitely some model based testing is also there, and you guys are able to verify all kind of work product. It is all about document review. But the point is, what are the benefits? As I told you, there are many benefits you can see. So it will help you to identify defect early in the life cycle. Early testing always save time and money, right? So it also help you to prevent, just focus. It also help you to prevent the defect, okay? Prevent the defect in design and coding, okay? By uncovering inconsistencies, ambiguities, contradictions, omissions in your requirement. Basically, some problems are there in requirement. If you start review from the requirement, you guys are able to get the defects from that phase itself. And then those defects you will not get in the later phases of development cycle. That's the reason the point is mentioned. You are able to get the defect early. So basically you are preventing the defect. Okay. Defect prevention, defect identification early we can do. It will help you to increase development productivity as well as development time and cost also get saved. Similarly, testing time and cost also save because of static testing. Even life cycle or after delivery into operational, we are able to continue this process. There is no end, right? Whenever there are modifications also, very first we can review that. And based on that, we can update our entire development and testing process. So it will help you to improve communication between the team because practically we are a part of a meetings. Every day we need to attend the meeting. Whenever you'll be working in a scrum process, there are daily scrums available where you'll be discussing about the progress of your project. So definitely guys, it will also help you to improve the communication between the team members. Also, you will get a better understanding about your project. Correct? So these are the different benefits we have because of static testing. You can refer these benefits as the benefits of verification process too. Now, what are the roles responsibility? See, review. Review doesn't mean only single person activity. There are many teams. So first you need to understand, okay, you are aware about a test manager. Obviously manager who is the main entity who can plan everything. The meetings get scheduled, entire budget and estimation done by the manager, right? Manager can the main or it is the main entity. But then who is the author? Few things you need to remember. Author, who is a scribe, very interesting entities, who is a facilitator and where we need this, it is important. First point, author means the person who have designed that document. Example, SRS designed by who? Business analyst, correct? So if I ask you any design document, designed by whom? System architect. Third, code designed by whom? Absolutely developer. Test cases designed by whom? Let's say tester. So what is this? These are the entities, those are author. Author who develop, who design that particular documents. Are you getting my point? So these are what? Author who design, who are responsible to design and develop these documents. So author is a very simple entity who is responsible to design the document. Somewhere, whatever defect you will notice in the meeting, who is going to fix it? Absolutely. Suppose you are asking your BA person, okay, that we found defect somewhere in the requirement. Whose responsibility to fix it? Absolutely, it is a responsibility of a BA person only. So author is responsible, whatever defects you will report, fixing part will be again conducted by the author only, right? So the point is, you need to understand these terms in this particular chapter. The author is the main person who designed the document. Facilitator, it's like a leader. Somewhere in formal meetings, the meetings get initiated by the facilitator. First point, formal meetings and informal meeting. What is the difference? In formal meeting, you will be getting everything through very formal way, like the meeting date, entry, exit criteria, timing, everything get previously decided. That's called very formal way of communication of a meeting. But when it comes to the informal way means there is no criteria. Generally, you will be not getting any kind of rules, guidelines for the meeting. It's kind of open-ended session. Everybody can involve, everybody can discuss, they can put their thoughts, and based on that, we can again simple, develop or test that application. So basically, facilitator is some kind of leader. What are the roles? There are different roles again, but mostly facilitator is responsible to initiate any formal meeting. Then guys, scribe. Whenever you discuss in the meeting, whatever defects you log, right? In general, let's say BA initiate the meeting. We are a part of that meeting. So what is our role? We are going to observe that document. BA explains that document, right? And you will be observing it. So whatever defect you will notice that will be recorded by whom? The main entity, that's a scribe, who is responsible to record everything. The discussion points, defects, whatever you notice, every issues get recorded by this scribe. So manager, facilitator, author, scribe, technical team member, those are the members, somewhere tester, developer, stakeholders, these people get involved. So here they have mentioned the roles, responsibilities of each and every member. Those are involved in the review. And trust me, there will be definite question on this topic. Okay, somewhere they might ask you for what author, or somewhere they might ask you for, facilitator or scribe. These are the main entities we have in the review. So who is the author and what is the role for author? Just have a look. Author creates a work product under a review. As I told you, whatever document it is designed by that particular person, that person called author, and fix the defect, right, in the work product under review if necessary. So if any defect raised by you, who is going to fix it? The responsibility is totally for author. Management. So what is the responsibility of the management? We can say test manager, guys. Very simple. So test manager responsible for very first planning, decide on the executions of the review. Please make a note. Who will entire meeting is completed properly. The execution of the review, it is decided by the management only. Okay, so manager, we can say. Assigning staff, budget, timing, monitor ongoing cost effectiveness, right? Estimations, effort and the cost, everything decided by the management. Execute, control decision to the event of adequate, or we can say inadequate outcomes. It is also decided by the manager. The manager is responsible for planning, staffing, and the guiding, and even the effectiveness, cost effectiveness, or total execution process for the review. What is facilitator? See, somewhere, maybe in a question paper, you will get the term moderator. Facilitator in ISTQB called moderator. Basically, this is a term which we generally used in the older syllabus. In the latest syllabus, they have mentioned facilitator. It's like a leader. But what are the roles? Let's observe. Somewhere, it ensures the effective execution of the meeting or running of the review meeting when it is held by that particular facilitator. So obviously, I will say that complete review meeting success is based on the facilitator, because formal meetings generally initiated by the facilitator. Okay, let's say inspection. I will be come to that point. What is inspection and all? But inspection always initiated by the facilitator. And that's the reason somewhere the effective running, it's properly going on or not, right? It is again taken care by the facilitator. Again, guys, it mediates if necessary between various point of view. So generally what happen whenever, let's say developer, they need some kind of technical review. Suppose that application requirement is too complex and they just want to review. So developer can't directly go to the manager and they can't directly discuss these things. So who will be the mediator? That's the facilitator. Author come to the facilitator having a discussion on their document. Then they reach to the manager level, and then definitely facilitator communicate your opinion, everything to the manager side. And finally, they will decide, is it really we need formal review or not? And based on that review conducted. So it is often a person upon who you can see to whom success of review is completely depend. So it is a main entity, right? So author, management, facilitator. Next is review leader. Who is this leader? Generally, it takes overall responsibility of the review. Okay, sometimes it could be any person. So it decide who will be involved, who will organize, when and where it will take place. So review leader can be, let's say, whenever any informal meeting is there, then it could be author. Remember, for informal meeting, it could be author. But for formal meeting, who will decide the entire execution of the review? That's your manager. And who will start the review? That's your facilitator. This is how you need to remember. So what are the reviewers? Everybody. The other team members, stakeholders, somewhere the partners, customers, developer team, tester team, all these members, they are simply part of the review process. Those are called reviewer. So you can see subject matter expert, person working on that project, somewhere stakeholder, those having an interest in this work product or the business background, that people, customer side people, we can say, or customer side representative. That's again a nice word we can say. So tester, programmer, user, business analyst, usability expert, all this comes under the reviewer. Those will observe, those will suggest to that author, and then author has to rework. Who is a scribe? Very important person. His responsibility is only a recording things. So recorder, simple word. So it collects potential defect, whatever you discuss in the meeting, those defects get simply collected by the scribe, and whatever it is found during the individual review activity, it record new potential defect, open points, decisions from the review meeting whenever it is getting held. So generally guys, what is the point? Whatever you discuss in the meeting, that will be simple recorded each and every point by the scribe. So scribe usually we need in the formal meetings. Okay, in informal meeting, generally we don't require any scribe. Okay, but still we have a different types over there. So we'll be coming to that point again. But scribe work is what? Record the all point whatever you discuss in the meeting. So again, who will collect potential defect found in the meeting? It is a responsibility of a scribe. Main points you need to remember. Okay, then what are the different review types available? As I mentioned, two types, formal, informal. So in ISTQB, that category is divided again into two types. Means in Agile, where we have a collaborative work, completely open-ended session, the meetings, discussions are completely freely we can communicate with each and every person, right, in Agile. So when it comes to the informal, there are two types, okay, at a broader level. Informal, formal. When it comes to the informal, again they have informal review, which is also referred as paired review. It's a buddy check, we can say, BUDDY, buddy check. And there is a one more, which is very interesting, walkthrough. Remember this point. These two types comes under informal. So basically, we don't need to follow any guideline, or what we can say, there is no entry exit criteria, there is no time limit, nothing. It's an open-ended session. But when it comes to the formal meeting, it's truly a very important review process. 5 phases we have in the review process, and that is actually followed in inspection, which is very formal. There are two informal. But if any time, if there is a question that which one is a very formal meeting, who is having some entry and exit criteria, definitely it will be inspection. Remember. So inspection is a very formal meeting. And then we have one more, which is called technical review. So basically there are 4 cat types under review you will be getting. And let me tell you one by one these types. So very first, informal review. As you can see, it's a buddy check, pairing or pair review. Means what? It is first point, it is very common in Agile. Why it is so? Because in Agile, developer, tester, BA person, even our customer is simply available in every sprint, and we have a common discussion on that particular requirement or that project. So generally informal review means what? You don't need to follow any formality. Whatever points are, you will be directly discussing with that particular team member, and that team member will guide you, help you for your work. That's called informal meeting, informal review. See, it is not based on any formal document. May not involve any kind of meeting, just we are asking a doubt to our colleagues. That's called informal meeting. It's very simple. So it is very common in Agile. Okay, so you don't need to have any kind of meeting or something, but you are just discussing with your colleagues, with your teammates, and definitely the team will help you for your solution or for your queries, whatever it is. So it may be performed by the colleagues of the author, that is called buddy check, or by more people, and result may be documented. So obviously whatever we have a discussion, the final result will be documented, and it is varies in usefulness of depending on the reviewers. Okay. So is it informal meeting, informal review, we need to take it to the formal way? It depends on the meeting, or it depends on the participant, those are involved in that discussion. Again, use of checklist is optional, and please make a note. It is very common use in Agile development, Agile methodology. Process or main purpose remains same. Potential defect, you need to identify early, prevent the defect, identify it early and fix it early. That's called informal review. So one point only you need to remember, it's a pair testing. We are having a discussion with our colleagues. Colleagues will help you out, and then you'll be simple complete that process. No scribe, nothing other points are required, no management involved. So it is called informal review. Pair review, buddy review. What is next? Walkthrough. Guys, walkthrough, one point is very sure. Who initiate a walkthrough? Walkthrough always initiated by the author of that particular document. So somewhere it could be a BA person, it could be a developer team, or it could be a technical, we can say system architecture. right, about a design document, they can initiate a walkthrough. But the first point that you need to remember, because on this point, you will be getting question in ISTQB. Most question types and the patterns are very easy. They might ask you, who initiate the, okay, let's say something like that. Review meeting initiated by the author. What is that? Which type of review meeting it is? That is called walkthrough. So very simple. Even here, the process is very simple. Author has to explain the product. That means that document, whatever he have prepared, every other colleagues will observe it. You will give the suggestion. You will notice the defect. You will ask the author about that defect, and author has to rework on that document. Simple process. So it is called informal. Somewhere scribe is also mandatory, because whatever defect you will notice in that open-ended session, it get recorded by the scribe. So you can see review meeting is typically led by the author, first point. Okay. Then it may take form of scenarios, dry run simulations. Sometimes author has to provide some kind of demo. What is the problem? So somewhere you can show them with the pictures, with the video, with the dry run, with the simulated, right, environment. You can show them. I mean that author is responsible to show this. And based on that, other people will observe that work product. And scribe is mandatory. As I told you, whatever open issues will be there, it will be collected by this scribe. Use of checklist is optional. So there is generally no guideline. Okay, you will be not getting any guideline, rules, regulations, nothing. It's totally open-ended session. So it is called informal meeting. But somewhere, it might, we can take walkthrough from informal to formal. But the most informal is a first one, pair testing, or we can just call it as informal review. Here in the walkthrough, individual preparation before meeting is totally optional. We don't need to do that. Potential defect logs and review report may be produced, and it may vary. Practice from quite informal to formal. Remember, main purpose, find defect, improve quality of the product, and training the review participant if it is required. So walkthrough, only 2 points you can remember. It comes under informal side only, but the very informal process, if anybody asks you, review meeting, then you can answer instead of walkthrough, informal meeting. Informal review, buddy check, pair check. Second point, walkthrough initiated by the author. Okay, colleagues will observe the document, and based on that, whatever defects get logged, it get recorded by the scribe, and the other thing is reports get produced. That's it. This is what point you need to remember for walkthrough. But when it comes to inspection, as I mentioned, it's very formal. So inspection, actually, it is based on 5-phase process. Okay. So very first, guys, in inspection, whenever any author notice any problem with a document and they want to initiate a review, they will first communicate with the facilitator. Facilitator have a discussion on that document, and then manager. It's simple, communicate that point with the manager, and then manager start, initiating the meeting. So they will first do the planning. So here come first phase, planning. In the planning, the entire review meeting gets scheduled. Even it's very formal. So how much document they will be discussing in the meeting, that is also previously defined. That, okay, we'll be working on 5 documents or 5 pages, something like that. Timing, because it is a main phase where the entry exit criteria get decided by the management. How many team member will be involved in the meeting, that is also previously decided in the inspection meeting. So no, directly without invitation, you can't be the part of that meeting. Simple. But whenever you are getting invitation for the review meeting, which is the inspection type, what they are expecting from you, you should be prepared for the meeting first. To individual preparation, it is important in this process. So as per the simple process, here first you'll be having a planning phase. After the planning, first of all, facilitators share all the documents, okay, to the reviewer. Those are the part of that particular meeting. So previously we called this process as a kickoff process, okay, in previous ISTQB syllabus. But here you can see now it is all about initiate review. Okay, so we have a simple words to follow now. Kickoff means it is initiate review. Whenever review get initiated, it's a responsibility of a facilitator. Planning will be done by the manager. Okay. Facilitator shares the document before coming to the meeting, all the participants through the mail, Absolutely. And once you receive that, you need to do what? Individual preparation. You need to prepare for it. Okay, so individual preparation is there. Once you prepare for the document, fourth phase is actual discussion on that issue, that particular problem, right? So here we have issue communication and defect log. Whatever defects are there, we can log it. And the last phase is whatever defect get noticed, who is going to fix it? So fixing and reporting, that's a process which is done by the author. Do remember that. Defect fixing is a responsibility of an author. So these are the 5-phase process we have. Okay, but before that, this is the process where we follow in inspection review meeting. So inspection is a very formal review meeting. But I would like to show you first type. What inspection it is. See, first of all, it follows on defined process. The 5-phase process: planning, initiate review, actual review, which is nothing but what? Individual preparation and issue communication and defect fixing. Based on that, formal documents, documented output, and based on rules and checklist, this review is simply started and it is completely based on. So inspection is a very, very, yes, very, very we can say formal meeting. Okay, hi, we can provide the key points about the sheet and that remember to each topic. Yeah, sure, Shekhar, I'll do that. Yeah. Okay. So the point is, what is inspection? It is initiated by the whom? So always remember, it is initiated by the facilitator. Generally in inspection, during the meeting, author is not involved. Make a note. During the meeting, author is not involved in the inspection meeting. After meeting, whatever points you simply define, based on those points, okay, the author is responsible to fix the defect. So see the point. Individual preparation before meeting is required. Formal follow-up process. Guys, what is formal follow-up process? Just now we discussed 5 phases. Those are called formal follow-up process. This process available only in inspection. You don't have it in technical review. Remember that. It is only one process where we have entry and exit criteria defined. Scribe is absolutely mandatory, right? Review meeting lead by whom? See, train a facilitator, not by author. So 2 points. Somewhere question will be like this. Difference, okay? Who initiate walkthrough and who initiate inspection? Walkthrough initiate by the author and inspection initiate always by the facilitator. That's the point you need to remember. See the point, author cannot be act as a review leader, reader or scribe. So in general, author is not involved in the part or in this formal inspection process. Second, potential defect get logged, reports get generated. Whatever metrics are there to improve the entire quality, that is again produced in this meeting. So main purpose is again same. In short, improve the quality of the software application. So by preventing the defect, identifying it early, fixing it early, again the process or we can say purpose of review meetings, again it is a common. So only 2 points you can remember. There is only one meeting where we have an entry exit criteria. It is always initiated by the facilitator. Author is not involved in this meeting. And this is what it is only based on this 5-phase process. Planning, initiate review, individual review. So very first planning. Then facilitator shares you the document. You need to prepare. The time when the meeting is decided, you will discuss on that. Potential defect you will log. Those get recorded by the scribe. And finally, author will fix it. And they generate a reports. And this is how they improve the quality. Okay. So here again detail I have, it's again a information from the ISTQB. So I have just mentioned in the PPT what planning it is, how they simple make the plan and all. So you can see it's very simple. Planning, it's all about define the scope, objective, purpose of this meeting, document on which document will be having a discussion that is also shared, okay, to the team member. Estimate cost and the efforts also, the other efforts like your testing efforts, development effort, right? And even cost effort. That is also estimate here, the time frame and all decided. Even identify characteristics like review type, roles, activity, checklist is available. Even selecting the people, okay, who are actually participant in that meeting. That is also decided by the planning phase, nothing but your manager. Defining entry exit criteria for the review, right? So it will be more formal, and that is nothing but inspection, guys. So that is also decided in the planning phase. Whose responsibility it is? Remember, it is a responsibility of a manager. After that, initiate review. It is actually done by whom? Facilitator. Remember, moderator, or you can call it as facilitator. So distributing the work product, okay, physically or by electronic, means through the email. Other materials such as issue log form, checklist, related work of the product, you will get it on your email. Explaining scope, objective, process, role. What will be your role in the meeting? That is also defined by the facilitator. And answering any questions if the participant may have about the meeting. That is again resolved by the facilitator. So it is doing actually kickoff process, sharing the document to all the participants, those are involved in this meeting, right? Then we have individual review. So, okay, that's not your work. So you'll be a participant in the meeting. You need to, before coming to the meeting, you need to prepare. So reviewing all or entire, let's say the part of the work product, nothing potential defect, but recommendation, questions, whatever you have, you can prepare with that. And in the meeting, definitely you can discuss conversation. You can have a conversation with facilitator and you will get the detail about your issues, whatever it is. Yes. Aparna, previous slide. Yeah. Any doubt? Okay, let me check. Okay, fine. So after initiate review, we have individual review where you need to prepare. Then the time comes where the actual meeting happen. Nothing but issue communication and analysis. What is this? Where we have a simple discussion within a team, right? So communicating identified potential defect in that review meeting, analyzing that defect, assigning ownership and status to them. So basically, the defect is there. Suppose you are testing your code document and you might notice there is a defect. Okay, but defect is related to some architecture issue. So you are going to assign the owner of that defect, right? That means this is a defect coming from the architectural document. And then you can provide a status to, right? Evaluating the document quality. Again, evaluating the review finding against exit criteria to make review decision, reject, major changes needed, accept it, or possibly with the minor changes. So this kind of status decisions, they will simply decide or they will provide in that meeting. Once the meeting is completed, scribe is important here. Scribe will record everything. But after whatever defects get collected by the scribe, who is going to fix it? It is done by the author. So creating defect report, okay, for those findings, even fixing defect typically done by the author of the work product. To remember that. Communicating defect to the appropriate person or team. Suppose this is not a defect related to your work. It is something coming from the previous phase. Then we are going to have a discussion with that team, right? Recording update status, formal reviews potentially included agreement of, that comment organizer, right? So originator means from which phase you are getting that defect, we can have a proper, discussion with that team. Even sometimes they can simple make some agreements too. So that's again a part of a meeting. Gathering metrics, collecting exit are met or not, right? Or checking that whether we are simply meeting the exit criteria or not, and accepting the work product when the exit criteria are simply reached. So here in the last stage, facilitator can observe that whatever it is asked to the author, it is completed or not. So tracking process done by the facilitator, but defects get simply fixed by the author of that work product, right? Sometimes if you notice the defect is coming from some different author, then communication will be again in that way. But this is what the formal review process. One more time, how many phases? Repeat only. Planning. Second is what? Very first, facilitator share you everything. So initiate review. Starting point, initiate review. Third is what? Individual preparation. Fourth is what? Actual review. You can say issue communication. Okay? Analysis. And the last one, fixing and reporting. That's it. So these are the 5 phases you need to remember. Then we have our last type, technical review. Sometimes, okay, what we need some external team, some technical expert, okay, and with the help of those experts, we'll be having a review for our document. Then that review comes under technical. It's again a formal, but it is not like a more formal, which we have inspection. Are you getting my point? There is a difference. So what difference it is? First of all, in technical review, reviewer should not be, it should be a technical peer of the author, technical expert in the same or other discipline. Sometimes we can call it from the outside of the organization too, for a review purpose. It's like auditor, right? Those people, those team will take care about the process. They will check that. Okay. So individual preparation before review meeting is required, as it is a formal. Scribe is important, right? So see, scribe is important, but ideally it is not the author. The author is not involved in this entire meeting during the meeting. Review meeting is optional, but if it is there, then it will be lead by the facilitator. So inspection and this technical, lead by whom? Facilitator. Use of checklist optional, but potential defect logs, report get generated, whatever they have a discussion. And again, the main purpose remains same. You know, they simply focus, they do everything just to improve the quality of that work product. So prevention, identification, fixing early, everything remains same. So what is the difference in inspection and technical review? Entry exit criteria we have in inspection, not in technical review. It is just technical review conducted by some technical expert, sometimes whenever it is required. Again, it is lead by the facilitator, author is not involved, rest of the point remains same, but the proper schedule, budget, everything defined in the inspection only, not in the technical review. So you don't have 5-phase formal process in technical review. It's a part of simple inspection only. And that's it. These are the 4 types. This is what your inspection or review process that you need to remember. Few more things they have added in this chapter. It's all about applying review techniques. So how they review, right? Somewhere they need to go with ad hoc way. What does ad hoc means? Temporary. Like usually we do a plan way. But somewhere if there is a problem with some time constraint you have, suppose somewhere we don't have a proper documentation with us, then we can go with ad hoc way. Second way is what? By following certain checklist. Previously, before coming to the review, you'll be getting some guideline checklist. Based on that, you can review. That's the second way. Somewhere what we do, we take a demonstration. Somewhere dry run, scenarios run, means dry runs is again demonstration part. Like whatever review it is, whatever document it is, author and that particular team member, they need to simple test it. They will check the prototype, okay, whether it is everything okay and how it will be in the future, right? Role based. Somewhere what happened, you know, many applications are there, but it is used by the different kind of people. Kids are using some application, something game and some kind of, you know, the, what we can say, like their nursery rhymes, sometimes ABCD, right? This kind of applications people follow. I mean, kids follow. Some application, let's say very common, like banking application, right? Which is followed by every people. Like we can also follow, adult also follow, right? We can say some uh, parents, grandparents, right? This kind of categories people, they can also follow. So what is happening? We need to test the application look and feel, functionality, the use, even performance as per the category of user. That's called role-based testing. Everybody involved here. Okay, we can also follow the application, kids also, and the, we can say some adult people also, they can follow the application. Even perspective based. Somewhere our perspective is different while using that application, while, you know, simple testing that application. So as per the different perspective also, we can test the application. So how the review techniques get conducted? So there are 5 ways available. Based on this, possible that question will be based on any, they might give you any scenario and they will ask you what type of review technique it is. So just understand key point. What does that key point? I have already mentioned only required point in the PPT. So you don't need to read other data. Just read this. That is enough. Okay. See the point. What is ad hoc testing? What you need to remember. And some more detail also given so that you will be comfortable. Ad hoc, First of all, it is a review where we don't have any kind of planning. You can see. So it is a reviewers are provided with little or no guidance on how this task should be performed. Somewhere it is a temporary task, right? So we usually go with the plan way. But if there is no plan, you can directly go with temporary way, ad hoc way. Reviewers are often read the work product sequentially. They identify and document the issue, whatever they found, whatever they encounter, right? So even ad hoc review, it is a commonly used technique, needed a little preparation. Even this technique is highly dependent on the review skill, may lead by many duplicate issues being reported by different reviewers. Possible ad hoc means it's a temporary kind of review meeting and where you don't have a proper guideline. But whatever you notice, there might be a possibility, same defect, whatever you have logged, somebody else also reported the same defect. So duplication chances are there. But yes, ad hoc means what? It is all about the temporary, or we can say there is no proper guideline. Okay, it just based on your understanding, you can just go through the document and you can test it. This is what first technique, which is called ad hoc. Usually we go with a plan, but still there are certain constraints where we can go for ad hoc level testing. Again guys, checklist based. Yeah, sometimes people will provide you proper guideline, proper rules, proper document, and by following that you'll be reviewing the entire document. So checklist means it is a systematic way, okay, where the reviewer detect the defect or issues based on the checklist that are distributed at the review initiation time. So facilitator provides you the document previously. So what you need to do, systematically read the document, check at what point defect it is, and that you can log. So basically, it is based on certain guidelines. Checklist. A review checklist consists set of questions. See what it consists. Set of questions based on potential defect, which may be derived from the experience. So generally checklist is nothing but you'll be getting certain guidelines, certain questions, and based on that you need to test your work product, whatever it is. And checklist should be specific to the type of work product. Absolutely. If it is a coding document, checklist should be same related to coding part, right? So it should be specific to product type, work product type, and it should be maintained regularly to cover issue type, which is missed in the previous review. There is a possibility if anything got missed, we can cover it with the help of checklist. So the main advantage is what? Checklist technique, it is a systematic coverage of typical defect type. Suppose you have any defect in the document that you are able to notice based on the checklist. So some kind of typical defect, we can similar defect, we can say common defect, we can able to identify with the help of certain checklist. So guys, this is the second technique. Okay, usually we follow it while doing review meeting. What is the third? Okay, one more point. It is based on testing where they involve list of tests based on what is important to the user as well as understanding why and how the software get failed. So one more point is important to be noted, right? Checklist based testing, when you perform it, you will able to notice that why your software is getting failed, why the software is having certain defects. Okay, so reason basically you will be able to identify. So the point is written, checklist based testing may involve list of test based what is important to the user as well as understanding why and how software get failed. And that's the reason checklist based testing is very, very important. Prepare this point, right? Again, what is scenarios and the dry run? As I told you, sometimes what we do, we take a review, okay, with something which we are using as a temporary, or we can say some kind of dummy environment, simulated environment. So that is called basically dry run. So let's see. In scenario-based review, reviewers are provided with structure guideline and how to read through the work product. These kind of guidelines are there. And scenario-based approach support reviewers, okay, in performing dry run on that work product. So based on expected usage of the work product. So dry run means what? We will try to check it. We will try to use that particular product, whatever it is implemented based on the phase, and then we can test it whether it is matching our expectation or not. So if the product is documented in suitable format, such as use case or not, right? So generally, suppose there is a document, design document. So absolutely in design, you will not get any software. to look and feel. But at least what you will get, is there any proper use cases available? Okay, use case diagrams. Even in design case, proper UI is formally designed or not. That also we can test. So that is called dry run. So that will be not full application, but we are checking only the part of that application or the base of that application. That is called dry run. We can take the temporary runs and how the application matching our expectation, that we can check. So this scenario provider provides reviewer with a better guideline how to identify specific defect type than a simple checklist entries. So whatever you are not able to notice sometimes in checklist, that you are able to notice while using that application by applying or testing that scenarios, right? So scenario dry run is another, we can say we have an option, we have a technique where we can simple follow while doing, which we can follow while doing the review. And the last one, that is a role base. We have one more perspective also. The role base, different type of user experience. We can simple check under this role base. So as I mentioned, guys, it is a technique which the reviewer evaluates the work product from their perspective of individual stakeholder role. Somewhere user role is most important for us. Example, typical role includes specific end user type, means experienced, inexperienced, senior citizen. Yeah, the word is the adult people means the senior citizens, right? Even child, how they're using that application, how much access that application is providing to that particular user. As per the role, user is able to interact. Somewhere for some application you are getting now this application like banking application, some age limit you are getting. So what is that? It because of role based testing. So this is another technique. So again, we have some technical organization level role also, like admin role, again, system administrator, performance tester. What is the role for that particular, we can say admin, developer, tester, as per their role. They are able to use application or not. That is important for test. So that is called role-based testing. What is perspective? Last technique. Perspective, it is similar to role-based, but the view is different, right? So reviewers take the different stakeholder viewpoint, individual in the individual meeting. Typically, stakeholder viewpoint include end user, marketing, designer, tester, and operation. Using different stakeholder viewpoints, it leads to more depth in individual reviewing with less duplication of issues across reviewers. So here it will help you to test the application individually and you will be not able to notice any duplicate defect. Okay, it will minimize the process. So perspective based reading also required. Reviewers to attend a use work product under review to generate the product the way they will derive from it. So generally based on perspective, you can design your own work product too. And you can again have a discussion on that with your team, right? So perspective means with a different mindset, we can say, or different viewpoints, we guys are able to test that application. But do remember, on this topic, you will be having 5 points only, 5 questions only, based on the meeting type, process, and the roles responsibility. And the one question definitely will be there on the technique. Which technique it is? Maybe they will be giving you scenario and they will ask you for some technique. So what are the success factors for the review, right? First of all, guys, organizational level success factor, which include everything. So when the review becomes success, definitely if the each reviewer or each review has a clear objective defined during review planning and used as a measurable exit criteria. If any review is having with exit entry criteria, that will be very easy to track, right? Review types are typically applied with a suitable achieve objective and even appropriate to the type, technique, and level of software work product and the participant. As I mentioned, there are two types of review. Like in Agile, it's very common to have a informal discussion. Okay, so we don't need to go for inspection in that case. In general, it is mentioned that whenever you start reviewing the work product, if it is a requirement phase, if it is a design phase, mostly we can follow informal review over there. But whenever it comes to the technical part, like your coding documents, there we do inspection, there we do technical review. That's the one more point. So any checklist if you are getting, that's again advantage. Based on that, you can have a review. Large document, reports, controls, like whatever the quality checks is required. Everything we can able to simple observe and test to. Participants have adequate time to prepare in the meeting. That's again a success factor. Reviews are scheduled with adequate notice also. So you'll be getting previously before meeting some notice and everything you'll be getting. Basically, they have their own guideline. Okay, every organization follows their guideline and you will be getting the same. So management support review process. So example, by incorporating adequate time for review activities in project schedule. So the management will take care on that, right? You will be getting proper time for preparation and all. Then they have a conversation and based on that, they can take the necessary decision. So in this chapter, hardly you need to focus only these points, nothing too much. And let's have a sample question. What type of questions usually ask? Be ready, write your answers in the chat box, everybody. First question to everyone. Which of the following statement correctly reflect the value of static testing? Properly read and then decide. First, by introducing review, we have found for that both the quality of specification and the time required for development and testing have increased. Using static testing means we have a better control and cheaper defect management due to ease of removing defect later phase of SDLC. Please read the document and just observe, okay, what option they have given. Now that we require the use of static analysis, miss requirement have decreases and communication between tester and developer has improved. Or since we have started using static analysis, we find coding defect that might have not been found by performing only dynamic testing. What do you think? Which statement correctly reflect value of a static testing? Can you write your answer in the chat box? Whatever you are thinking, guys, no problem at all. I will be correcting it, okay? Okay. Many people have written B, okay? Ujwala says C, okay? Varun also B. Pranita D. Dolly also D. Sadaf D. Very nice. Okay. Actually, guys, I usually mention that, in static analysis, there are variety of benefits available. But those have written B. Why not B? Just make a note of a simple word which will change the meaning of entire statement. See, those have mentioned B. B is not a correct answer. Okay. Please make a note. Using static testing means we have a better control and cheaper defect management. That is true. But what they have written next, due to ease of removing defect later in the SDLC or letter cycle. Guys, we don't remove defect in the letter cycle. What we do at the same phase itself, we start and we remove the defect. So that's the main point. Early testing we do, early defect fixing we do. We don't, fix the defect from in the letter cycle. Remember. So this one word, it changed the complete meaning of the sentence. So B is not a correct answer. Okay, those have mentioned C, right? What the point? Yes, Swati, correct. Now that we require a use of static analysis, that miss requirement have decreased and communication between tester. Okay, this is agree. Communication get increased. That is agreed. It will improve. That is agreed. But one point, if you are doing static analysis, first point, when we go for static analysis, as I mentioned, yes, Pranuti, absolutely correct. As I mentioned, static analysis means it is absolutely done for the coding part. If you are doing static analysis, you will be not able to notice defects related to requirement. How come it is possible? If you are testing any code document, how you will get to know which requirement is missed by that code? It is not possible. So C is not a correct answer. Every single word is immediately you need to observe and you need to understand too. Here what is mentioned? In static analysis, missed requirement have decreased. No, you can't track while testing the code, while doing static analysis of the code. See, analysis we do on the code document. So that we use certain tool also, okay, for that. And that is the point already mentioned in the PPT. Okay, if you're doing any work product reading, verification, so you are just doing static, testing over there. You are just verifying the document. But whenever you can see this word analysis, remember it is related to coding part. And for that reason, missed requirement, you can't notice. So C is not a correct answer. A, which is absolutely not, right? The correct answer is D. If you are doing static analysis, we find the coding defects that might have not been found by only performing dynamic tests. So the correct answer is option D. That's okay. Perfectly fine. No need to worry. It's not your final exam. We are preparing it. Okay. Fine. Great. Try for next. It's very simple now. Which of the following sequence best shows main activities of your work product? Just now we have discussed. I'm hoping that your answer must be correct. 5-phase process, think and then decide. So what is that? Initiate review first, selection, preparation, which phase? What do you think? Which is correct? Very nice. Now everybody's simple corrected here, right? It's a D. Very nice. It's all about plan, initiate review. Yes, individual review. After that, issue communication. Last step, we have a fixing and reporting. So guys, this is how the question will be. They will ask you this kind of questions in the ISTQB. Got it? So this is how you need to understand the pattern. Okay, next question. See the responsibility. What kind of questions are there based on the role? Everybody focus. Which of the following correctly matches the role and responsibility in a formal review? So which we have a formal review? Inspection. Now please check the role. Manager is responsible to decide on execution of the review. Leader, which ensure effective running of review meeting. Scribe, fix defect in the work product. Is it so? Or moderator? Nothing but who? Facilitator. Monitor ongoing cost effectiveness. What do you think? I'm expecting correct answer. Focus. In formal meeting, how many participants we have discussed first of all? When it comes to the formal, only I think 4 to 5 participants you need to remember. Facilitator role, manager role, scribe role. Author is usually not involved. Based on that, decide. No. Many people have written leader, review leader. Guys, in formal meeting, not a leader. That will be facilitator only. Think properly. Very nice. I found only, I think till now, one answer which is correct. Gurudev, your answer is correct. Guys, effective running of review meeting, it is a role of facilitator. Please make a note. This is actually role of facilitator. Monitor ongoing cost effectiveness. That's not a role of facilitator. So this is wrong. Scribe is not fixing any defect. Review leader is wrong. Correct answer is option A. Manager decides on the execution of the review. Okay. So please make a note. Correct answer is option A. Next question to all. Now please try here. I'm expecting right answer now. Think. Okay, which of the following correctly match the roles and responsibility in a formal review? Same question, but this time options are different. Review leader, create a work product under review. Author, identify potential defect in the work product under review. Is it author involved in formal review? So absolutely no. So this option is correctly, it is completely wrong. Think as per that way. Okay, facilitator fix the defect in the work product. Who fixed the defect? We have learned author is responsible to fix the defect. That means this is also wrong. Now you have two options only. Scribe or review leader. What is scribe? Scribe collect potential defect found during individual review activity. And that is more relevant. So what's your answer? Let me check. See, sometimes if you are confused, what you need to do, check it. What will be the correct answer? Okay, whatever option you feel this is wrong, just cut that and then decide. Here the correct answer is option D, guys. Yes, absolutely. So I have already discussed this point. First point, author is not involved in the review meeting. So this is completely wrong. Even facilitator is not responsible to fix the defect. It is a responsibility of an author, right? So B option, C option is initially wrong. Now it is time to define review leader and what is the scribe. So create a work product under review. Whose responsibility it is? Tell me. It's a role of author, na? Who create a document? Author is responsible for work product. Absolutely. That's the reason only D is the correct answer. I hope it is clear. Easy? So think in that way. Sometimes it's possible, many options, so we might get confused. But think as per the topic. Right. Okay, great. Next question for all. Now this you can try. Okay, you are participating in role base. Which type of technique it is? Role base. Very simple. Your assigned role is that senior citizen. So you will be acting like a senior citizen. Fine. So the product is online banking application which is targeted for use on a smartphone. So basically any senior citizen is using that application on their smartphone. So you are currently reviewing the user interface. See, they have mentioned what you are reviewing, user interface only. So first of all, you should be very clear. What does user interface means? It's all about the UI, right? Okay. And of the product with the prototype that works on iPhone. So which of the following is an area that you should review? Now judge what you will review in user interface. A very simple question. Are you going to review speed of that response, attractiveness of the application, size and clarity of the text for the senior citizen, or reliability of the application when connection get dropped? And I got the answer from everybody, which is absolutely true. It's a C. Very nice. Size and the clarity we generally observe in these instructions, I mean in this particular scenario. Absolutely correct. Very nice. Try for this. Next question to all. Now again, it's very simple. If the author of the code is leading the code review for other developer and tester, what type of review it is? Think properly. I have already mentioned that point. If any review initiated by the author, what is that? Informal, walkthrough, inspection, or audit? The first point, audit is not a type of review meeting. So you can immediately cut that point. Decide from 3. And now tell me what's the correct answer? Absolutely, it is a yes, walkthrough. Very nice. Walkthrough is the only one meeting who is initiated by the author. So guys, fixed question will be on this. Okay. This type of questions are common in ISTQB. So think out of 40, you just need to clear 26, right? For grade, definitely you can go what? See, there is no grading mechanism actually. You will be just getting certification that you have cleared. But grade means somewhere for more marks, right? Definitely you can go for the other patterns. You need to learn all the chapters properly and you can go for it. It's very easy. Exam is very easy. Document is quite critical. Okay, that's okay. Fine. Try this. Informal review. See the type. Formal review. Which role is normally responsible for documenting all open issues? Again, very straightforward. Very nice. Who is responsible to document all open issue? As I told you, it is a responsibility of what during the meeting? Who is responsible? Yes, it is a scribe. Very nice. Option C is the correct answer, right? So scribe is responsible to document all the issues, all the defects, whatever you notice or whatever will be getting in that meeting. Very nice. C is the correct answer. Okay, next question. So sorry, I by mistakenly shown the answer also, but fine. Informal meeting at what point? Process of entry exit criteria defined. It's very simple. Who decide? Though it's a manager. And when it will be decided? Absolutely in the planning. Yeah, I will be helping it. So it's a planning phase only. Correct. Okay. Fine. And we have completed our main chapter, third chapter. So guys, quite simple. It's all about review process, technique, responsibilities. Only you need to understand. And here we have completed third chapter. Now the most interesting one who has a more weightage. And this is you need to understand the topics and you need to apply. Okay. Again, there will be either 2 or 3 questions, right? Based on techniques. I'm talking about techniques, black box and white box techniques. Okay. So based on that, you need to prepare for this chapter. So the point is, let me show you what the point we are going to discuss here. First of all, different techniques we need to understand: black box, white box. And this module is divided into three techniques. Experience based testing technique. Okay, what comes under experience based? That is what again will be learned. So the point is, this is what, like, how we test the application. First point, black box testing means what? Providing input to the software and checking output from the software. In black box testing, you are not testing any kind of code. So black box testing is called specification based testing technique. Means by starting from the requirement, okay, based on requirement, we can start black box testing. Yes, yes. Uh, yeah. Swati, we have just started. Okay. What you need to remember, the points, whatever I will be discussing. Anyways, I will be sharing the recording. Only key points are mentioned in the PPT, right? So do not worry. Just these points you need to prepare properly. So black box, white box, these are the techniques that we have learned in manual testing. But in automation, sorry, in ISTQB, they have mentioned experience based also. It is one of the testing technique. So you need to understand that this module they have divided into three parts. Categories are what? Black box, white box, experience. I'm talking about first black box. What black box it is? It is a process where we can pass the input to the software, where we can test the output from the software. Actual execution we can do based on this technique. But when you will start? My question is, black box testing, when we are going to start? Is that mean we are going to wait till the code get ready, till the application get ready? No, guys. Basically, there are 6 techniques available under black box, and those techniques you will be follow to prepare your test cases. The black box testing are techniques are also called as test case design techniques. Based on that, you can decide how much test cases are enough to cover that requirement. The point is, when we can start black box, we can start from the requirement, because by following the techniques, you will be writing your test cases. And whenever actual application will be ready, just apply your test case on that and you will be getting the result. Based on that, you can again mention the status. So test cases, we generally start from the requirement. Okay, we don't need to wait till the software get ready to prepare test cases. So this is the main technique that you need to follow starting from the requirement phase. So actual work is what? You will get a document, understand it, review it. Based on that, based on your planned document, start preparation of test cases. You will be not waiting for what? The actual output, or let's say actual software get ready. Are you getting my point? So that's called black box. What does white box means? White box, it is a structural base. Something internal things of the software, structure, its actual code, we can validate in a white box testing. But as I mentioned, suppose tester is not comfortable in programming. In that case, the tester is not responsible to do white box testing. Simple. We need a special skill that's nothing but programming here. If you are aware about programming, you can become a white box tester too, and you can validate your code and internal structure too. But what you need to understand, when we start work, generally we start with the black box testing. White box will be taken care by the developer team only. Do remember that. As per the ISTQB, black box testing we can follow for every level, unit level, integration level, even functional, even UAT. White box is what we have at in both level, at a code level, at an integration level. Even if you read the document now, they have mentioned white box is actually applicable to all level of the software testing. So it's not only code. Basically, the intention behind that is what? It's not only code, but we can test structure, internal structure of that software application too, flow of that software application too, using white box. So that point is mentioned. I think in yesterday's class, we have checked that option, right? The D option was correct, but actually no. In the document, it is mentioned that we can do black box testing, white box testing, functional, non-functional, retesting, regression at every level of software testing. Okay, so that's the reason that C was the correct answer. I'll show you today that question again. But this is how you need to understand what technique it is and what exactly your role in that technique. Okay, this chapter having a more weightage, 11 questions you will be getting. So what you need to prepare? Absolutely, I will be helping you with the solving type question. Immediate fixed question based on state transition, ECP, BVA technique. Fixed question based on decision table. Okay, that's very common. So how to solve? More and more we are going to implement that. So focus now. Okay. Theory point, you don't need to focus more. But practical approach, you need to focus more. Okay, what does come under experience? Experience means we have error guessing and we have exploratory testing. That you need to focus. One question definitely will be there. Error guessing or either on experience based, which is nothing but exploratory testing. Again, we have the testing technique to be followed by independent tester and somewhere it is a specialized tester. So what are the benefit of that? What are the drawback of that? Based on that, you will be getting a question in ISTQB. So let's start. Okay, let's start. You will understand. Okay, so what are the different categories of techniques and how exactly we proceed? So we have first black box. As I mentioned, black box testing, where we can just take behavior of the software. We don't go internal things. We don't test any internal detail of the software. It is just a process, provide input, test output without bothering into finer detail. So it is called black box. One more interesting point. Black box testing, it is also functional testing. It is also called functional testing because we are actually testing the functionality of the software. Black box testing, it is also called specification based testing technique. Means we can start it from the requirement and we can continue it till the release. Next point to be added. It is also referred as IO testing. Means input output testing. Pass input, test output. So it is called black box. So software is simply like a black color box where you cannot see what is there inside. You can just test it through the behavior of the software. So the term is black box. What is next? Black box testing is also called as data driven. And that is very interesting in automation, guys. Execute same set of action with large amount of data set. And that's called data driven testing. So black box testing also referred as data driven testing. The key points, common characteristics. So whatever test condition. Now you tell me, what does test condition means as per the ISTQB? Yesterday we have seen. Test conditions means what? See, we have seen some keyword, right? Test basis are something called reference document. Word product are nothing but the document. What is test conditions? Do remember, make a note. Test conditions means your scenarios. What we prepare in manual, that's scenarios, right? As per the ISTQB, very nice. That is called simple test condition. That is a term which is followed by the ISTQB. Okay. Test cases in any test data are derived from the test basis that may include software requirements, specification, use cases, and user story. What the point they have mentioned? Whatever you prepare scenarios, you prepare test cases, data, everything based on which document? What is your test basis? Your basis are nothing but requirement document, specification, right? Your software application specification, as well as use cases and some user story that we followed in Agile. Based on that, you will be writing your test cases. And there you can apply these black box testing techniques. Okay. Test cases may be used to detect the gap between the requirement and your implementation of that requirement in terms of software, and that deviation, that as well as deviation from the requirement in that software. So basically, when you prepare test cases at the time of test case execution, we will apply the test case on software and we will check the result. So definitely black box testing techniques will help you to understand or to get the defect from that software based on requirement. Coverage is measured again based on the item tested in the test basis and techniques applied to that particular test basis. So you guys are able to test the coverage also. How much requirements you have actually covered, how much are still left, and we can cover it again. So black box testing, in a simple word, you need to remember it where we can start directly from the requirement. You don't need till the code or any software get ready. That's the reason The techniques which comes under black box, total 6 techniques are there defined by the ISTQB. We can say equivalence class partitioning, boundary value analysis, decision table, state transition testing, and the last one is use case based testing technique and the error guessing. 6 techniques are there. So based on that, you will prepare your test cases. So it is called test case design testing technique. Now let's have a look. What are these? And based on this, surely questions are there. So 4 to 5 questions you will be getting, 3 to 4 almost. You will be getting based on the technique of black box, white box included. So you need to prepare well. You will definitely able to crack the exam. You will get that points. Okay, what is equivalence? Boundary value, decision table, state transition, use case, and error guess, which comes under a category experience based testing technique. But yes, these are the black box only. So we need to understand 6 techniques are there in black box. Okay. Now it is time to understand what is equivalence partition. So guys, very simple. What happened, before come to this topic, I will like to explain you, like whenever you are preparing manual test cases, how you will decide where to apply which technique. Suppose this is the functionality you have. Let's take login functionality. Okay. You are aware that we need to pass, be on mute and just focus, username and password, and we'll be clicking on some button and we'll be testing the functionality. Okay, fine. But at this moment, what exactly we test for this particular application? See, whenever you are testing the application, you need to simple test graphical user interface. You need to test input domain, what input you are passing. Based on that, what output you are getting. Based on that, somewhere, if you pass a wrong input, then what is error handling for that, right? So we need to focus on error handling. Or suppose somewhere you are getting some suggestion from the application that your email ID password is incorrect. So you need to verify that messages too, right? Error message is properly coming or not. For proper action, exact action you are getting or not. That is also important for testing. Along with that, we can test order, sequence. Yeah. Whenever you are testing the application, not only for one feature, let's say there are many features in application module, registration module, login module, search, add to cart, log out. This is a e-commerce basic functionality. So we have certain dependency, right? If user is login, then only user is able to make a payment. Without login authorized user, you can't make a direct payment. You need to register for that. So we have dependence, right? When it comes to the payment, immediately application will ask you to login. To do login, if you are not registered, you are not able to log in. So there is a dependence. You need to first go for registration, then login, and then you can follow the rest of the process. Again, there are different states we have, but still, order of functionality you need to validate. Yes, absolutely. What is next? Very interesting, backend. Somewhere we are dealing with the backend side also. Whatever data we are passing, where it is going to be held in somewhere database, right? So it is important to test your database also. And for that reason, these techniques are important. Then how you will test it? So we prepare test cases. But now it is important where to apply which technique. As per the experience, guys, I am going to explain you like where to apply these techniques. Generally, whenever you are testing any input condition, my simple suggestion, if you are testing any kind of input, somewhere you have a requirement for a password. Password should be 8 character long and it should include digits, special character, uppercase, lowercase letter. This kind of requirement you are having. Definitely you can go with both technique, equivalence class partitioning or the boundary value analysis. 100% pure result if you want. Out of this two, BVA, which actually covered ECP rule. That's the reason BVA you can directly answer. Okay. Next, what is the main testing criteria? Somewhere you are testing complete feature. Let's say I want to test complete feature like complete registration process, complete login process in one shot, something related to payment process. There you can go with decision table. Decision table will help you to understand how much test cases are enough to cover that requirement. See why we have this technique. There is a general rule defined by the ISTQB. When you follow the technique, you will able to understand how much test case is enough. So basically testing technique we follow for a coverage purpose. Okay. It's not like that. Whenever you are preparing 100 test cases means you are covering that feature. No guys, if you are preparing, see, you can prepare minimum set of test case, but those minimum set of test case should cover maximum requirement of the customer. That's the rule. And for that purpose, you don't need to focus on many test cases. Focus on what you are covering through the limited test cases. That is enough. Got it? So do remember, if you are testing any complete feature, best example, generally for login, we always go with decision table. Okay. Now, suppose you want to test end-to-end functionality. So generally it's kind of flow. We are testing full flow of the application. Somewhere a complete positive scenario, some negative scenario, some combination scenario. There might be possibility, na, somewhere. You are just testing Amazon. It's like, it's a kind of e-commerce application. Let's take one example. So sometimes user login, user search a product, and user have added the product into cart, and immediately user have log out. So still the process is incomplete, but possible. How user can easily able to log out, right? So that is what, somewhere end-to-end scenario. Somewhere we go for full-fledged positive way. Log in, do register, do login, search a product, add it, do payment, complete the process, and get that product. That's it. So there are many scenarios, but some flow type of questions, I mean flow type of scenarios you are covering, definitely you can go with state transition. And do remember, there is a one more, use case based. So here the use case document will help you to understand the relation between the module. What is relation of user and application? You will understand based on use case. Do remember these points? So first of all, here I have just discussed only 5 techniques. What is last? Which is left? Error guessing. So error guessing, it is a kind of ad hoc. We don't do every time. It is a experience based. Somewhere what happen, if you stuck on the point, something which is very critical, in that case, your experienced people, they can help you to concentrate on that area, and they will guide you how you will get the defect, where you need to focus, where you can focus more, right? These points will be guided by the experienced people. Then it comes under experience base. So we don't follow it every time. Whenever necessary, you can go with that. But first make a note how and where these techniques to be followed, right? So generally for any input domain, whatever data you are passing to your application, you can follow ECP, BVA techniques. Is that clear? Now let me show you the beauty, how exactly these techniques actually work, right? So very first ECP, equivalence partitioning, or you can just call it as equivalence class partitioning. In this technique, whatever input domain it is, you need to divide it into 2 classes. There are only 2 classes, valid, invalid. And from every class, you need to prepare minimum 1 test case. Guys, focus is on what? Minimum test case writing, which cover maximum requirement of the customer. That's it. Do remember this rule. Okay. But what is ECP? Please have a note. So it divide input domain into the ranges partition, which is we can call classes, where all the element of the particular range expected to behave same. That's the reason in equivalence partition, we can take only 1 test case from each range, each class. Now here, it will help you to achieve 100% coverage. With this technique, test case must cover all identified partition, including invalid partitions too. The valid, invalid, both partitions you need to cover, and by using minimum of 1 value from each partition. So they are not expecting take every value. Take only minimum value. Okay. So what is meaning of this? I'll help you with the new people. Those have completed manual testing. I have already explained this, but please, those are new, focus. Suppose I'm having a very simple requirement. This is a username field which accepts 4 character to 10 character data. Okay. So we have a range 4 to 10. What is the first step you need to do? They will in ISTQB also, they will give you certain range with certain scenario. You need to divide that range into partition. There are two classes, valid, invalid. Based on this given data, whatever it is given, that is valid. So we found first class, which is valid class, 4 to 10 character are accepted. Then what is not accepted? Can I say less than 4, greater than 10, not accepted? Easy. What we found? We found three classes, class 1, class 2, and class 3. So as per the definition, we have divided this input domain into partition of the classes. Where are two partition only? This is only valid, but remaining two are what? Invalid we found. So these two are invalid. I'm writing in. But as per the rule, if anybody asks you, what is ECP of this question? Means how many test cases you are going to prepare to test this particular input? Then guys, answer will be, you need to take from every class minimum test case. One test case from each class. So 1, 1, 1. Total 3 test cases are enough to cover or to 100% cover that requirement. This is what you'll be actually performing in the ECP. Are you getting my point? So how many test cases are enough to cover this requirement? Only 3 test cases are enough. See, if you have in the real world, if you have a time, go for many test cases. Test with number, test with your alphanumeric value, test with blank data, space, anything you can test. But the point is, these techniques will guide you on which point you need to focus. Very first, cover it as with respect to given data. Then you can elaborate in a more detailed way. But minimum test case, how much is enough? 3 are minimum enough. Maximum n number of test case you can prepare. Got the point? So these techniques will help you to prepare minimum test cases. So first example clear. Now try this one. See, they have given certain scenario to you. And they have given certain options also. This is how you are getting an ISTQ. Focus. An integer field shall contain value between 1 to 15 by applying ECP, nothing but equivalence partition. What is minimum number of test case required to maximum coverage? Will you try this? What the partition we are having? 1 to 15 means 1 to 15 is a main class. Less than 1 not accepted, greater than 15 not accepted. What we have? 3 classes. So what is the correct answer here? Absolutely B. B is the correct answer, correct? So those are new. Clear? What is equivalence partition? Now this is very simple. We'll be having some other questions which we are going to discuss. Don't worry, right? And there you will definitely get the solution if you start with the basic. So let's start with the basic. So this is how you will understand what is equivalence partition. So 3 classes are enough, and based on that we can test. See some other example. So same scenario, the example asked in a different way. Now they're asking you, integer field shall contain value between some range. On the above scenario, which of the following value collection or valid collection of equivalence classes? So here it is asking for collection of classes. Can you tell me? A, B, C, D. Which option is a correct partition of your classes? Just now we have seen now 1 to 15. This is a valid. Less than 1, greater than 15. So which option is available here? Pranita, why you are testing negative number? Wrong, right? What we need to focus? The classes only. So 1 to 15 is a valid class. Less than 1, greater than 15, not allowed. So absolutely A, first option is a correct here. Okay. Now, next. Everybody focus. How to solve this kind of questions now, right? So they have asked you something. Sometimes what happen? Some kind of complex scenario they ask, and you need to complete that partition. So here you can see partition is not ready. You are going to design your partition. So in that case, my simple suggestion to all, You need to start reading properly. Based on that, create your partition first, and then you can decide. Let me help you with this question. System is designed to work, tax to be paid. Fine. Some data is given. Employee has $4,000 of salary tax free. $1,000. The next $1,500 is what? Tax at 10%. Then next $28,000 is tax at 22%. Further amount tax at 40%. And then which of the group number fall into same equivalence classes? So what you need to do first? We don't have a specific range. You need to create your own range. How? First, $4,000 tax is free. So I will be starting with first class $4,000. Okay. Next 1,500 means what is the next range will be starting? After 4,000, it will start with 4,001, but 4,001 to how much? If there is a next 1,500 means you need to add 4,000 plus 1,500, you will be getting 5,500. Got it? So I got a second class 5,500. Okay, the next amount 28,000 means 5,500 plus 28,000. Then you will be getting 8, and this is I think 33, right? If I'm not wrong. Yeah. If you have any question, you can ask. No issues. Yes, it's 33. So what is the next range? I will be writing here 5,5012 33500. Okay, done. And any further amount they ask. So means the greater number than 5,501. It is what? Tax at 40. So generally they are not asking any tax calculation. They're asking the range. And then they have asked, this is the data which is available. It falls under which group? So we have how many classes? These classes, right? 4,000, 4,001 to 5,500, 5,501 to 33,500, and something which is beyond that. Now, how you will solve it in 1 minute? Do you remember in ISTQB, you will be having 40 questions to solve. This type of question, if you are getting now those are giving offline exam. You will be getting rough work paper. Like sir mentioned, if you want to go with online, you can prepare with some slate or some kind of whiteboard, right? There you need to do what? First check. You need to check with the option that which option under falls. See, it is asking will fall into same equivalence class. Same means something is available here which falls either in only one partition. Okay, how you will test that? Start with first 4800. Where it comes? Here 4800. 14,000 means something here. So immediately this option is wrong. Next 5200. I will say here 5200 coming here. 5500, it is coming in the same class. But 28 is not coming now. Cross it. That is wrong option. Third, 28001. So we can say here 28001, 32 also valid, and 35, which is not coming in the same class, which is wrong. Then definite try for last option. This is how you need to solve. Please understand. Again, let me check 5800. If I just check here, 5800, 28 again in the same range, and 32. All three numbers fall into same class. So what is the correct answer? Option D. Clear? How to solve? Aparna, how to solve? I think these questions you asked me in the manual testing too, right? So this is how you need to decide. First of all, read a question properly. What they ask. Sometimes they ask you in the same class. Then that means the given numbers is a part of a same class. Sometimes they ask you like only valid, only invalid. In that case, you need to answer different. Okay. Tell me, is this point clear? All of you? Great. Yeah, this is I did in the manual testing session, but I would like to show you the real questions which are there in the ISTQB, the latest pattern, in fact. Okay, fine. So let's have a look. Next topic, next question. That's a boundary value. Okay, second tech. Boundary value and ECP, what is the difference? First point, guys, in ECP, it's a concept like we are not focusing on a boundary value. Boundary value is something where you need to focus on a boundary, on that specific limit. Means it is given in the requirement. Username can be 4 character to, let's say, 10 character, right? We have this requirement. Username can be 4 to 10 character. So let me take that. Fine. But when we talk about the ECP, we have to just partition into two classes, right? First is a valid. Again, first we need to focus on valid point, the given requirement, and then we can simple discuss on invalid. But when you simple go for, that boundary value, the boundary means somewhere system have a tendency to fail on a boundary. So it's very important to test separate test case, prepare a separate test cases for on boundary condition. So somewhere in boundary value, you need to focus on minimum test cases again. So we have two patterns. Okay, very first, 2 value pair and 3 value pair. What is 2 value? What is 3 value? See, 2 value means you just need to focus on mean boundary and the max boundary. Somewhere you have a range, min and max. Then you can write or apply the formula like something we can test with mean minus 1 and only max plus 1. But what does 3 value means? In 3 value, if any boundary you have, example, I'm having mean boundary. You can test that one boundary in both ways. Means mean, if there is a mean number, then you need to make it mean minus 1 and mean plus 1. Now just think, if you apply this technique for mean and max both, there will be count 6 test cases. Are you getting my point? Here in 2 value, how many test cases you will get? 4 test cases. Something you are preparing with only 4 test cases. What is that mean? What is that max? It depends on your requirement. Are you getting my point? But 3 value means what? Whatever value, whatever boundary it is, you are testing for both way. So if I'm having max, I will be testing again max minus 1, max plus 1. So these 3 plus 3, total 6 test cases you need to prepare. So there will be no question asked on 3 value pair. Mostly they focus on 2 value pair only. First point clear? Then how we can prepare boundary value test case for this range? So guys, here I will write my mean is 4. What does max? It is 10. So mean minus 1, max plus 1, if you apply, how many classes? First of all, you can see within 4 to 10, it's a valid only. But then whatever you will test mean minus 1, by making it mean minus 1 means if somebody enter 3 characters, it should not allow. Somebody enters 11 character, it should not allow. But we need to specially design test cases for this mean and max separately. So total count, you will be getting 1 test case for this area, 1 test case on a boundary, that's 4, 1 test case for max boundary, that's again 10, and 1 test case for invalid, max plus 1. So total count definitely will be getting 4 by applying this formula. So very simple, boundary value it's all about, you need to just focus on what is on boundary. That's called, see, these are the partitions. So these are the valid boundaries for your scenario, right? And it is making sure that we need to prepare test cases for each and every boundary. It should cover that boundary. Are you getting my point? This is called boundary value, guys. Very simple. So why boundary value having a more weightage than ECP? If you focus, we are testing boundary means whatever coming inside, everything is valid. Are you getting my point? So we have a better control than ECP. In ECP, we don't focus on boundary. In ECP, we just focus what is valid, what is invalid. That's it. But in boundary value analysis, you will be preparing separate test cases for boundary also. So the same example where we get answer in ECP, only 3 test cases are enough. Now you are getting answer, 4 test cases we need in boundary value analysis. Point is clear? So here if I can show you what is boundary. So BVA, that means it tests the boundaries of the defect. Okay, because defect can lie near the boundaries too. So it is important. But generally in ISTQB, they have mentioned the formula in this way. Basically, they're not using min max. They're using right boundary, I mean upper boundary and the lower boundary. Upper boundary represented by RB, lower boundary represented by LB. See, and they have mentioned the same formula. So upper boundary if you have upper boundary plus 1, lower boundary if you have lower boundary minus 1. So mean max, mean minus 1, max plus 1. That's it. This is the formula you need to apply while solving the question related to BVA. Let me help you with the question first. See, we have something here, text input. Okay, text field and application which accept input of the age of the user, right? Here the values allowed to be accepted to the field between 18 to 30. So we have range 18 to 30. Okay, great. Now, inclusive of both value by applying BVA, what is the minimum number of test case required for maximum coverage? Now tell me, first of all, you need to decide what is mean, what is max. So here we have a range, let's say 18 to 30. So this is my mean, this is max. Mean minus 1, max plus 1. What will be the number? Minus 1 will be 17, plus 1 will be 31. So how many test cases you need to prepare? Absolutely 4. The correct answer is what? Option D. Yes, got my point. This is how we do, boundary value analysis testing. And guys, now let me show you some other questions. So they are asking you now, the question is different. In the same field, okay, same range, 18 to 30. Now they are asking by applying BVA, which of the given option consists, please notice, valid collection of boundaries. So now tell me, after applying the formula, what the valid collection you found? 17, 18, 30, 31. Absolutely. This is the valid collection of boundary. So what is the correct answer? Option yes. Here it is a C option. Very nice. I hope it is clear, right? This is how you need to apply. But these are very simple question. I will be showing you what you will get in the real time. Fine. Okay, the same question, same scenario. But see, pattern of question is different here. They're asking you on the same scenario by applying both, this time both, equivalence partitioning and, let me check who is giving me answer. Equivalence partitioning and boundary value, which of the following given option consists valid boundaries and valid equivalence value? Please focus. They are asking only valid boundary and valid equivalence only. So which option mention valid boundary and valid ECP also? Valid ECP, simple shortcut to understand. Between. Between the range called valid ECP. On a boundary called valid boundary. Think and write your answer. Okay, let me check your answers properly, what you have written. Okay. Many people have mentioned here, absolutely, as I mentioned, simple shortcut. Valid ECP means something between the range. Actual range is this now. What does valid boundary? See, currently they have just mentioned 18 and 30. That's our valid boundary, right? So your answer must be the option which consists 18 and 30. The first point, here 18 is available, here both available, here also not available. So you have two choices now. Think. The correct answer is what? But we found a boundary, but what we need? Valid ECP. Valid ECP means between 18 to 30, everything valid. So here it comes to 31. Not, it's not a correct answer. Correct option is option B. This is how you need to apply the technique and you need to observe the output. Yes. So B is the correct answer. Absolutely. Got the point? Those have not able to solve. Please focus. This is how you need to check, confirm your answer. Okay, fine. You will solve. I will be giving you many examples. You will solve that. Then you will understand. So here, if I ask you based on the same topic, let me directly go with the questions directly. So it will be very easy. This chapter is all about your questions. Huh? Okay, try this, everybody. So first of all, it is mentioned that fitness app, some measurement app is there, and the number of steps that are walked each day, and the provide feedback to the encourage that user to keep fit, right? So tell me, first of all, they have mentioned something here, right? That is your scenario. So basically, there is no range they have provided to you. You need to complete that range. Okay, great. And based on that, what you need to do, you need to test that test input will achieve highest equivalence partition. So first of all, you need to make a range. Okay, now please understand how to solve this. First point, from which point you need to start? They have mentioned up to 1000. So range will be starting with some number. So I will be not taking 0. If you are capturing 0, that will not help you to calculate any fitness. So I will be starting with, please make a note how to create a range first. 1 to 1000. Okay. Then 1000, above 1000 to up to 2000 means the value will start. Second class must be starting from 1001 to 2000. Remember, above 2000 to 4000. So I will do one thing. I'll create this ranges here. Okay. 2001 to 4000. Okay. Then I'm having one more class, 4001, 4001 to 6000, and something beyond 6000. Okay. So 6001 and beyond. That is my last class. 6000 beyond and 1. Let me write here. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, class number 4 and class number 5. First of all, this is the value. Now what they ask, which of the following set of input will achieve highest equivalence partition? How you will solve? Check every option. Start with every option. First option given A. A means 0. 0 is not any, we can say we don't have a 0 as a range. Fine. 1000, we can take it this. 1. 2000, it comes here. 3000, it comes here. 4000, it comes here only. So 1, 2, 3. How many classes, how many test cases are enough to cover these 3 test cases? This is ECP, not BVA. So ECP means in between the range. So whenever 2 options coming into same class, consider only minimum 1 test case. So I found 3 test cases are enough. Let's try for second. 1000, that means okay 1. 2001, okay, we can directly jump to third class. Here 4000, again it is in the third class. 4001 here it is in the fourth class. 6000 again in the fourth. So 1, 2 and 3. 3 test case again we found. What is next? 123, it belongs to here. 2, 3, 4, 5, it belongs to here. 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, something belongs to here only. 4, 5 means it belongs to here. So I found 1 class, I found 2, I found 3, and 5, it is again in the same class. So again I found 3 test cases only. Let's try for last scenario. D, 666, 666 coming to the first class. 999 coming to again first class. 2222, it is coming to this class, third class. 5555, it is coming to this one. Yes. And last coming to this. So calculate 1, 2, 3 and 4. Highest coverage you are getting where? Option what? So how come it is B? Many people have written B, A immediately. How come? By observing it's not possible. You need to apply the technique. And this is how you need to solve. Check that. First make the classes, then decide. Aparna, got it? So correct answer is not B, it's a D. And this is how you need to solve. So that's the reason I'm asking you, again forcing you, please make a classes first. Understand how to create a classes, it will be very easy to solve. Okay, try the next one. So answer is D. Everybody try this one, then I will helping you for the same. Here the question asks for the boundary. Make a note. Here the question asks for what? They have written. Which of the following set input provides higher level boundary coverage? So quite simple. Try. First, decide how you will create your classes. Take your pen, paper. Try this. And do remember, surely 2 1 questions based on the same you will be getting. Highest, I think something is asked, highest level boundary. Okay, first you try, then I will provide you solution. How to solve such a questions. Again, it's not in one day you will understand, but still I'm expecting what you know. You need to focus. What will be the correct answer? Boundary value means those numbers, whatever mentioned, it should be the part of your option. Simple trick to solve. Whenever you are solving boundary value, that means on a boundary value, it must be covered. It's not between value you are testing. Please understand. Between values only we go with what that ECP. Okay. But whenever you are testing with boundary, focus on boundary only. Okay. Now those are struggling, right? Let's understand what is the correct answer. Okay. Done. Fine. See, what is asked? Something is given, smart home app measurement, average temperature in the house over the previous week, provide feedback and on their environmental friendliness based on the temperature, and the feedback is different average. Very nice, Varun, Pranita. Wait, I'll explain. Different average temperature ranges to the degree Celsius should be this way. So up to 10 means, remember, up to, when you get this number, no, up to, always start with 1 to 10. That's your first class. Okay. 11 to 15. Okay, fine. My second class. 16 to 19. That's my third. 20 to 22. That's next one. And about 22 means 23. So we have these classes. First point, this is how you can make the classes. Now please make a note. These values are available. These are called on a boundary value, right? So whenever you are testing your boundary value analysis, the output should included your boundaries. Now test. First, if I just start with option A, everybody focus now. Option A 0. There is no zero boundary, right? So I will be not able to calculate that. It's the invalid boundary actually. 11. 11 is yes, here it is coming. So 11, 20, 20 here it is coming. So 20 is a valid boundary. 22, here it is coming. 30, okay, 23, here it is coming. Just calculate how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 boundaries get covered here. Okay. Because on boundary value, we need to prepare separate test case. Nothing second. 9 is not a boundary at all. 15 we have. 19 we have. 23 and 100 is not a boundary. How much? 3. Answer is 3 we are getting. Highest coverage? Still not. Focus. 10, it is a boundary. 16, it is a boundary. 19, it is a boundary. Okay, 22, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5. Okay, for C. What about 14? We don't have 14 as a boundary. 15 is there. 18 is not a boundary. 19 is there. Yes, 21 is not a boundary. 22. I found 3. Now tell me, which option gives you highest coverage? A, B, C, D. Absolutely, it is what? C. That's okay, Pranjali. You need to prepare na for that. If you are doing it long time. Yeah, something you want to say? Okay, be on mute. Okay, Supriya, be on mute. Yeah. So definitely sometimes it happen. You need to practice more. Okay. Then only you will understand. So I'm helping you, right? Do not worry. This is how you need to solve. Got it? Okay. What about others? Got it? What is the correct answer? How you will get to know that? You need to solve this and then you will understand. Okay, fine. How many numbers are the boundaries are covered? 5. So definitely here the third option is a correct. C, option C is a correct. Yeah. Okay. Now this is based on decision table. So I will first come back to the,
Ma'am,
yes, tell me.
just wait. About 200, about 22 degree
Hmm.
and hot and sweetie. So
Hmm.
100 कसं काय नाही येणार त्याच्यात?
100 is not a boundary, na. Above, see, we are discussing boundary. So as I mentioned, whenever the question is for ECP, then something between you can calculate. About
Okay,
22, everything is hot and sweetie, right? So that is okay.
okay,
But which boundary you will be considering? After 22, we have, if this is your boundary, suppose this is a mean boundary. Let's consider. For now, it is a max one. Then max plus one you are taking, na? You are not taking remaining added values. Got it?
okay,
So plus one
okay,
means we can accept 23, but we can't accept the other value as a boundary. I'm talking about only boundary. Got it? So the trick you need to follow whenever question asks for the boundary, focus on the on boundary value. Question asks for ECP means somewhere between value. Simple trick. Got it?
okay, ma'am.
Right. Okay. Let's see. Before this, let me come to the topic. What is decision table? And then we will solve some questions too. Okay. So it's very simple. Decision table is a technique. Okay, the questions in ISTQB sometimes tricky, but do not worry. It's again a simple to understand. So let's understand what is decision table first. So decision table means something whenever you are testing a full functionality. Okay, what you need to do? Tester need to prepare the table. Tester need to design a table, and based on that, tester need to decide how many test cases are enough to cover that particular requirement. A simple trick, if you are testing any uh, login form, then for login, 4 test cases usually we prepare every time. See how many input in decision table, how many input you are testing, that is more important. Username, password, and suppose I'm having some button. So there are 2 input condition which I need to pass. Here we design truth table. Means what will happen if both values are true? What will happen if any one value is true? What will happen if both values are false? So decision table means by designing the table, you can define number of test cases, okay, which will cover max requirement of your customer. How it is? Let me explain. There is a shortcut also. Somewhere what they do, they provide you table, they ask you observe it and calculate decision. Calculate the number of options or number of test cases. Somewhere they define only input condition and they ask you how many test cases you will prepare. So there is a simple shortcut also. But before coming to the shortcut, let me explain. By designing the table, how you will solve this. So how many input condition we have? 2 condition. Based on that input, we will test the output. When you click on the button, you will able to test the output. Okay, great. What is my first test case? I will test when username password both are true. Login should be successful. That is what I'm expecting. Test case number 2. Whenever username is true but password is false, login should be unsuccessful. Right? Test case number 3. Username is false but password is true. Still, it should be unsuccessful. And I'm writing the last test case possible. Both are false. Login should be unsuccessful. So based on the cause, this is what we have a effect. So it is also referred cause effect table. To remember this, decision table, it is also referred as cause effect table. And now you have how many test cases to be prepared? As per the 2 input condition, 4 test cases you should prepare to test the login functionality. Are you getting my point? That's the reason whenever you are designing your test cases, usually you are preparing 4 test cases to test the login. And what is the shortcut behind this? They have a simple formula. 2 raised to number of inputs. You will get number of test cases. How much? See, 2 raised to number of inputs are 2. Absolutely answer will be same. 4 test cases are enough. Somewhere you have a 3 input. You will be doing same thing. 2 raised to 3. Tell me the test cases. How much test case you will prepare?
8.
Right. This is how you need to judge how many test case will be preparing, right? Multiplication we are doing, right? We are doing here the multiplication. So then 8. Yes. So basically, what is the concept here? Based on the number of input, we can decide test case writing. But still, you will be just generally getting the question by observing the table. So let me help you. Somewhere, it is a good way to record a complex business rule that the system must implement. So when creating decision table, tester identify the condition, means input, and resulting action, nothing but output of a system. Each column correspond to the decision rule. So this is what every column is a decision rule. DT, decision rule. Okay. And what is defined? It defines the unique combination of condition. So sometimes true, 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 false, false, true, and false, false. And which result in execution of the action. And where is the action? Here come. After passing this condition, you will get certain action. And based on the action, you will prepare your test cases. So this is what decision table. Example 1. Somewhere this is a table is given. What question is asked? First try to understand. What is expected result of each of the following test case? So which test case? See, they have written this is your test case. Citibank card member holding a silver room. You have this table. This is your decision rule. What you need to do, find out test case satisfy which rule first. The member who is a Citibank card member holding a silver room. Here you can see Citibank card member type of room. So his Citibank card member, yes, yes means these two rules satisfy Citibank card member. Holding silver room. Rule 1, satisfy your test case A because it is holding silver room. Platinum is not. Means this is a test case designed for rule number 1. Okay. Check for second. Non-Citibank card member means we have rule 3 and rule 4. Holding platinum. Which rule? Rule 3 or 4? It's very simple. Rule 4. Correct? Yes. Rule 4. Now, what you need to do? See, for every rule, these are the condition. This is the action. So, if rule 1 we found and if only rule 4 we found, based on that, which option satisfy your action? Tell me. As per the rule 1, what should happen? Offer upgrade to gold. And as per rule 4, that B test case does not get any offer, should not get any offer. So which option is there? Check that. A and B, which option satisfies? Yes, very straightforward. D, offer upgrade to gold and don't offer any upgrade, which is written for B. So this is how you need to solve the questions. You will be getting question, table, and by observing table, you need to decide. Okay, this is clear. I'll give you some other example because this is we have done in manual testing session, right? Okay, try this. Now focus. What is asked? A company employees, a company employees are paid bonus if they work more than a year in the company and achieve a target which is individually agreed. Before this fact can be shown in decision table. So this is the particular condition you have, certain action you have, right? And which of the test case represent situation that can happen in real life and is missing in above decision table? What could happen in real life and it is missing in the table means something is not available in the table. You need to identify that option. So what and how you need to solve? How much questions are there? Just a minute. See, we have a table, some condition, 3 conditions given. So condition 1 is yes. What is the condition? If employee of more than 1 year. Then condition 2, agreed a target. Okay, first of all, check that which test case satisfy. Okay. So first of all, check that which test case satisfy. If condition 1, employee for more than a year. Condition 2, suppose it is, what is that? Agreed no. Okay. condition 3, which is again said yes. So if it is a employee, that means we have two only. See, if more than one employee condition, we have to rule for that T1 and T4. Agreed on target, here it is mentioned no. So we have this one, no and no, it is match. Then what is mentioned, condition 3, again no. So we have only two rule for that, no, no. And last action is no. Again, we have these two. So basically, this is possible in real life. Okay, so A is what? Achieve target and bonus is payment is no. That is okay. So this is not a correct answer. What is next? Condition 1 is yes. So again, I have two rules, two test cases. Condition 2 is also yes. That is agreed on target. Okay. So we have, this is also match. This is also match. Condition 3, which is no. Condition 3 means achieve target. So somewhere it is not achieved and then action payment is given or bonus is given. Is it possible? Suppose you are employee for more than 1 year. You agreed some target. You are not achieving that target and still you are applicable for the bonus. Question mark. Okay, let's confirm whether it is true or not. Next question. Next scenario. Condition 1, no, means either test case 2 or test case 3, and which is not available in the table, that you need to focus. Something here which is not available in the table. And you can see bonus is given, which is not available currently in my table. So I'm writing it question mark. Wait, check with other options too. Condition 1, no. So, okay, fine. There is available. Condition 2, no. Okay, so agreed target, no. Condition 3, yes. Achieve target. If something is not agreed and still they have achieved it and they are not getting any payment. So achieve target means yes here. Agreed something, no, and achieved also it is yes, and they are not getting any bonus. Fine. Last condition, condition 1, it is no. Condition 2, agreed target, yes. Condition 3, which is achieve target, no. And then action is not given. So actually this is available now. If there is something no, and they have agreed some target and they have not achieved it and they are not getting bonus. I think, yes, in this option, what is the correct answer? What will happen in the real time? Think. What is the correct scenario? Because see, here, if you mention that they have mentioned that which is totally wrong, and that's something they have agreed, but they not achieve and still they're getting bonus. So this is wrong. So B is not a correct answer. Now we have a two choice, C or D. So think from C and D. There is a possibility if you don't agree. You are not an employee from more than 1 year and still you have agreed some target, but you have not achieved it and you are not getting it. Yes, absolutely D. D is the correct answer. Yeah. Because you can see if something is not agreed, then you don't need to complete that. And even, yes, even that employee is not more than 1 year. So that will be not applicable for the bonus. And that is happen in the real time. So here we can take D is the correct answer out of C and D. Why not C? People, students, why not C? What is mentioned over there? If you are not 1 year, greater than 1 year candidate, if you not agree something, but you have achieved something, but still it is not possible to provide you that particular bonus. So that is also true. But the more relevant answer is what? The D option, if you observe carefully. Yes. So yeah. This kind of question sometimes confusing, guys, because somewhere you will get a table and then you need to solve by observing the table. So they have already mentioned, okay, the target which is individually agreed before. See, if they work more than 1 year and achieve the target which is individually agreed before, the facts are given here. So by observing this, you need to decide. That's completely okay. But think positively, like what will be the scenario? And think as per this way. Okay, so check every option, check that which rule satisfy something which should not be there in the table. And see if you observe this is not available in the table 2, condition 1, no. Condition agreed something, yes. And see here it is for no, they have written this way. No, no, yes, yes. So we can have one more, na? What is the last test case we designed? If you notice carefully, if there is a no agreement, And then condition 2, that is what agreed, which is yes. And 3, it is a no and no. This is something which is unique, which we don't have in our table, because they have mentioned it is not missing from the table. So based on that also you can decide what is missing in the table. And even when you practice it, then only you will understand. So that's okay. If you, even though you are not able to solve that, that is okay.
But
No, no, no. It is only one type of question will be there.
but in case
It
of
is changed.
C,
Huh.
Priyanka, in case of C,
Yes.
I think,
Just a minute. Let me come to that slide. Wait,
yeah,
wait, wait. And let me remove
uh,
also. Huh. Tell me.
yeah, but in case of C, as we are saying, what is missing within the table? We are
Huh.
not generating the next
Yeah.
column.
Right. No, 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 no.
So
What is
why we
missing?
are,
Yeah. Why? See, here the point is what you know. What is missing in the table that you need to identify. So
yeah,
you are going to design it that what is missing in the table. You need to check that. What scenario it is not available in the table. Okay. So as point of view, what you are saying?
C would be my answer.
Okay. Condition 1, which is no.
No,
Okay. So suppose this is what the scenario. Condition 2, we haven't agreed anything.
yeah,
And suppose you have achieved something
yeah. Still, I will
and
not get the
still you
bonus.
are not getting the bonus.
Yeah,
And as per the answer, suppose we are not covered 1 year, more than 1 year, we have not worked for that. And something which is we have agreed,
hmm,
but we have not achieved it, you will not get a bonus.
yeah.
Okay, so just a minute. If I take this test case 5, this test case 6, what is missing in the table?
We need to
No,
consider
no.
only two. Yeah, T2
Yeah.
and T3.
Yes, T2 and T3 only comparison. And if I take it that I have not agreed something, and if I agreed something, and if it is not achieved, see, anyways, I will be not applicable for the bonus.
Yeah,
Okay. Anyone, what's your input? Yeah, Ujwala, absolutely. Both are actually same in the real time, right? Yes, it could happen. But then what we have to decide, we can say what is missing in the requirement, right? Is the missing in the above decision table. Kindly wait. So what we can say that if I take this that I have not agreed it but I have achieved it. Okay, but why I'm giving the last option is a correct. Let me tell you the reason. If you don't agree it, then how come you have achieved it? That's the one trigger point. Uh, who asked me question? Chandrasekhar, right? Yes. Shekhar, one point is what here. If you notice this the scenario, why C is not answer? Because if you don't agree, then how come you are able to achieve that? Are you getting my point? So that is totally invalid. Agreed on this. Why D? So I have agreed something. I am not 1 year, more than 1 year working in that company. But here, if you notice, yes, this is a possible. You'll be not getting anything, even not bonus, nothing. Yes, we have because we have target. Yes, absolutely, Varun. It's option D only because we have agreed some target, but we have not achieved, even though we are not more than we have like again employee for more than 1 year. We are not working with that organization. So this is what in more real time appropriate scenario. That's the reason option D is the correct answer. Got it? Yes or no? Because same thing, individually you have agreed something, then only you are able to apply. This is a fact, right? So in real time, it is not possible. That's the reason option D is the correct answer. Because here, if you don't agree, how come you are able to, what we can say, achieve it? Yes. So based on that, yes, last option is the correct answer. Decision table for this example. Okay, I hope it is clear. Yes, as per the real time scenario, you need to observe that question. Fine. Okay, Chandrasekhar, clear? I'm not able to hear you. Okay, I think he left the class, maybe. Yeah, disconnected somehow. Okay, fine, no issues. But everybody listen carefully. The question is asked as per the real-time situation, and this is missing actually in the table. that we have agreed something, but we haven't achieved it, definitely you'll be not getting that particular solution. Yes, exactly. Correct, correct. Absolutely, everybody. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your reply also. Great. So basically, decision table, you will get something like this. Now, I would like to show you another question. So let me show you that question, which is I have prepared for your sample exam. Okay, just a minute. And let me start showing from this. Everybody focus now. So we have already solved these two questions, right? Now let me show you for decision table. Again, you will understand the point. Why we need to design a new column or something like that. Please observe here what the question it is. Fine. See, decision table testing is being performed some speeding fine system. Two test cases have already been generated. Okay, so rule 1 and rule 4. Generated for which rule? They have mentioned for rule 1 and rule 4. So basically here you can see your rule 1, rule 4, which are shown below. So you can see this. Which two of the additional test cases would achieve full coverage of the complete decision table when combined with the test cases that have already been generated for rule 1 and rule 4? What is this question first? Very first, what they're asking to you, they have given rule. Based on the rule, they have given here 4 test cases, right? DT1, test case 1, test case 2, test case 3, test case 4. First step, they have mentioned that 2 test cases they have prepared, but remaining 2 you need to identify. First, very simple trick. Follow the rule and find out which test case satisfy rule number 1, which test case satisfy rule number 4. How you will test that? Now please let me help you. Speed which is greater than 50 and it is true. How many test case you will find out which is greater than 50 speed? Can you see? DT1, even DT3 and DT4. I found 3 test cases which is matching my rule. Okay. School zone. Identify the test case belongs to school zone, which is true. Means, okay, these two are school zone. And we don't have, okay, not, wait. This is not, because it is less than limit, speed limit. I can see DT1 and DT3, which is comes to school zone. So which is match. Let's test the action. Fine is false. Let me check fine is false. You can see. And jail, which is true and which is true. So if you observe, rule number 1 satisfy how many test cases? Can I say DT1 and DT3? Means in your output, first point. How to solve in 1 minute? See, in your output should not include these 2 test cases, which is already satisfied by rule 1. So tell me which option is wrong. Which option is wrong, I'm asking. Where you are getting 1 and 3. So 1 and 2 wrong. 2 and 3 possible. Okay, no, it is not possible. And this is also not possible. Actually, you got the answer. Are you getting the short trick to solve? No need to think other things. But it's very simple. One more time, I'm repeating. First, satisfy the rule. Okay, first check the rule, what is there. If you notice carefully, rule number 1 satisfy 2 test cases. So remaining 2 test cases means what? Definitely, if this is covered, then output will be either 2 and 4. These test cases should not be the part of your option. That's the reason we found the answer C, which is correct answer. Now, any doubt here? Easy? Are you getting this point? How come C is the correct answer? This is how. You need to, yeah, it is somehow easy. So somewhere you will get certain rule, you will get certain test cases, and you need to match. Okay, you need to find out which one is true, which one is false. Okay, so correct answer for this scenario, absolutely C. Now let me check any other question for decision table. Okay, so we have for next state transition. So before come to this, just a minute. Again, I will come to this and I think I have discarded it. Just a minute. Let me use eraser and let me remove this. Okay, just a minute. By mistakenly I have saved. Let me remove this. The correct answer we found, that is a C. Okay, great. Let me again come back. So state transition testing, one question for sure you'll be getting on that. So you need to prepare. Okay. What is state transition? Just have a look. So state transition means it is a process of testing while observing the entire state. Okay. Here 2 points you need to remember. Like how application is changing its state from any one state to another state. Then for every transaction, you need to prepare one test case. Means suppose it's a very simple switch operation given. So we have three states: on to off possible, see, on to off to on possible, and on to fault possible. So please remember, the arrows define the relation, transaction between that particular state. Arrows define the transaction. Got it? What you need to do is, this is whatever it is given through the arrow, that is called a valid transaction. Whatever it is not given, that is called invalid transaction. First point. So state transition, it simply exhibit the variety or various state of the scenario, system, and possible transaction between them. So system represent, okay, this is a representation called state transition diagram. So generally they will give you diagram. You need to observe the state and you need to answer. It's very simple. So STT shows that valid transactions only, and STT consists of pair of transition between two states. So if pair is missing between two transition, then that is called invalid. So here the diagram is given, this kind of switch, and somewhere they might ask you any question. By observing the diagram, you need to answer. So this is the first question. This I have already taken, but still, this is the given diagram. And you need to notice, see, there are states written: starting state S1, 2, 3, 4. And this is a ES. ES means ending state. So we have starting point, we have ending point. And what is the question asked? Given this diagram, which test case below cover every valid transaction? So you need to identify where we are able to cover every valid transaction. Yes, so if you clearly notice, we have to cover each and every arrows, every transaction in between the state. In first, if you check SS to S1, 1, S1 to S2, here it is covered. S2 to S4, it is covered. S4 to S1, it is covered. S1 to S3, it is also covered. And S3 to directly they jump on ES. But what is missing? This transaction is missing. So option A is not correct. Similarly, if you check, yes, definitely you will find out option C is the correct answer. How come? See the state. S1 to S1, I mean SS to S1, it is covered. S1 to S2 covered. S2 to S4 covered. S4 to S1, this is also covered. S4 to again S1 and then S1 to S3 covered. Again S3 to S4, this is also covered. S4 to again S1, immediately we need to again come back, right? And then finally S1 to S3 and S3 to ES. All possible transactions got covered. So correct answer is absolutely option C. Okay, this is quite easy. Try the next one. See what the transactions they have mentioned, everybody. So which of the following sequence of transaction provide highest level of transaction coverage for the model, assuming you can start in any state? So how you will judge? Please do not focus on direct diagram. Here they haven't mentioned which is the starting point. So please follow the options directly and then decide. Don't waste your time by observing the diagram that which could be the first one. Please focus the option, then decide. See, first they have started from production. So where is production? In production is here. Okay. Production to ship, this is covered. 1, I will say 1. This is 1. Ship to invoice, this is 2. Invoice to cancel, this is 3. Cancel to what? Next is the place, this is 4. And then something is given, place to in production. So cancel to where we are in place and place to in production, that is 5. So I found 5 state here. Let's try for second option. Place to production, this is 1. Okay. Production to ship, 2. Ship to cancel, 3. Cancel to place, that's 4. Okay, so here we have only 4. Let's try for third option. Place to cancel directly, 1. Cancel to place, again 2. It should not repeat. Repeated, okay, it should not repeat, just take only 1. Okay, then place to cancel again. Again, place to cancel means it is repeating, which is already covered. No need to calculate. So we are on cancel. Cancel to again place. See, repeated. No need to cover. And then finally place to in production. How much? 3 only. Are you understanding my point? If state is already covered, no need to calculate that again. Next, in production to cancel. In production to cancel means here. First, cancel to place, 2. Place to production, 3. 3 to again cancel. So in production to cancel, which is already covered. And again cancel to place, which is already covered. So basically here we found only 2 or 3. So tell me what is the question then? Highest level. Which option is correct then? Yes, very straightforward answer. Option A. Absolutely. Got it? How to solve? So somewhere they will give you diagram. They will give you starting point 2. From which point you need to start. But if there is no starting point, then I will suggest check from the option, identify the diagram, and then you will get the answer. Easy. This is called state transition testing. Okay, it's continuous session now. Fine. Let me check only one question if they're available. Then we will take a break. Okay, so before use case, we will take a break and let me check question is available in sample also. Okay, we have, kindly wait. Last question for state transition. Okay, some question is given, I mean diagram is given for battery charger software. Okay, and again it is asking highest level. Try this. How you will solve? Again check the status, check the diagram. Off to wait. We have off to wait, where is here? Off to wait. Okay, so 1. So I will say 1. Wait to off, yes 2. Off to again wait, no need to calculate. Again we are on the same state. Wait to trickle, whatever it is. See, 3rd. Trickle to charge, 4. Charge to high, 5. High to again charge, 6. Charge to again low, yes, it is 7. So I found 7 option for A. 7 state for A. Next B. Wait to trickle, 1. It is there, okay? Check the arrows only. Wait to trickle, 1. Trickle to wait, 2. Wait to off, 3. Off to wait, 4. Wait to trickle, off to wait, 4, and wait to trickle again. So wait to trickle, I think we have already covered that. No need to calculate. Trickle to charge, 4, 5. Charge to low, 6. Low to again charge. It is 7. I found again 7. Next option. High to charge, 1. High to charge, it is arrow, 1. Charge to low, 2. Yes. Low to again charge, 3. Charge to trickle, 4. Trickle to wait, it is going upward, 5, right? Wait to trickle, 6. Wait to trickle again, 6. Trickle to again wait, repeated, no need to calculate. And wait to trickle, repeated, means here we found only 6. Last, wait to trickle, 1. Trickle to charge, 2. Charge to high, 3. High to charge, 4. Charge to trickle, that's 5. Trickle to wait again. So wait to trickle we have covered, but trickle to wait we haven't. 6. Wait to off, 7. Off to wait, 8. What, tell me the answer? Where you have covered highest coverage? Absolutely. Option D. Correct. Got the point, everybody? Done. Okay, so let's stop the session here. Let's take a break of how much minute? Okay, see, today, okay. So today, anyways, this chapter is more important. Types of tool, I will be just giving you overview because hardly 2 questions based on that. Remaining chapter, that's chapter number 5, it's all about the roles, test manager and tester responsibility. So that is very simple. Who will prepare summary document and all? We will be discussing the questions for that. Okay, fine. Let's take a break first of all for this. Discard it. Yes. And then we'll be talking about statement coverage too. So actually next topic will be use case. So we will continue from the use case topic. Okay, so take a break of minimum 15 minutes, I think, Ujwala. Fine. Take a break of 15 minutes and then we will continue. Okay, so let's start. Yeah, one question from Ujwala. Ma'am, in ISTQB exam, can we skip the question and then again come back and solve? Yes, absolutely, Ujwala. Somewhere there is a possibility you might confuse on that question. Okay, in that case, what you can do, like you can go to the next question and solve that and see even at on the screen at the left hand side or maybe at the right hand side, you'll be able to see how much questions are left, how much you have completed. So based on that also you can track, because there are total 40 questions will be there in the exam, right? So if any question you feel that, okay, I will think it later and I will solve it later, that is okay. You can continue with all 40 questions first. Whatever questions are left, you will able to see that in different color, okay, in your exam site only. And there you can again go for that particular question. Yes, done. Fine. Any other query? See, exam is very simple, as sir mentioned that like even though you are going for offline, online, the mode doesn't matter. The point is the topics, whatever you'll be learning, that is most important, right? You should be very clear about the concept topic, and that's the reason I'm not sharing any PDF with you. I'm sharing directly PPTs with you. Please go through this. Only key points are mentioned over there. Okay, you need to focus on what point question will be there and what type of question will be there, and based on that you can prepare, right? Okay, great. I hope everybody is in. Let's start. Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. So next topic is what we have seen: ECP, equivalence class partitioning, boundary value analysis, decision table, and state transition testing. You will get one more, that's called use case based testing. So question based on use case are quite frequently asked in ISTQB. Okay, so you don't need to worry about use case based testing, but process remains same. Somewhere you will get a use case. By observing the use case, you can decide how many test cases are enough. But till now, I haven't observed any question pattern which is based on use case diagram. Okay, but still if we get anything, we'll be definitely covering that. So just observe what is a use case based testing. It's all about you'll be getting use case diagram or template. By observing that template, you need to understand how many test cases we are able to cover. So use case describe interaction between user and the entire system. It helpful to derive the test cases for integration, even system testing and acceptance testing. Make a note. So some kind of theoretical questions definitely will be there. Okay, so main success scenario, something is given here. Insert, user will insert card, validate a card and ask for PIN, enter PIN, validate PIN and allow access to the user. Extension. What are the extension? If card is not valid, then user should get this message. Display message and reject the card. If PIN is invalid, display message and ask for retry only for twice. PIN is invalid 3 times. Eat the card and exit. So basically this is what? A simple use case designed for the ATM, right? ATM scenario. So somewhere you will get the diagram. You need to understand what scenarios are given and based on that we can decide. But so far we don't have any question related to the same. Theoretical questions might be there, but let's focus first what use case diagram or testing it is. So in the use case, very first point, interaction between user and test case or the system you will able to notice. So use case can be described by the interaction activities like precondition, somewhere post condition, some natural language where the appropriate. So as per the relation of user and software interaction, you will be getting certain scenario. Interaction between, just a minute. Interaction between actor means user of the software, and the subject may result in the change to the state of the subject. So example, here you can notice whenever card will insert, if it is a valid, then only we are moving to the next step. That is what? Insert a PIN number. So basically, based on the use case, you guys are able to change the state of that subject. Interaction may be represented graphically or activity diagram or some kind of business process model. Some kind of template also you can get. And based on that, you can understand how many test cases we can prepare to cover that specific requirement. Use case can include possible variations of a basic behavior, including exceptional behavior or somewhere error handling. So possible behavior means some kind of positive scenario, some kind of negative scenario also you can try, or some kind of error handling means something you enter wrong. Then what the messages system are simply displaying to you, that is also we can validate. So guys, system responses or recovery from any programming, recovery from programming or application and communication error or resulting any error message, whatever it is that you can validate. So tests are designed to exercise the defined behavior, that is basic, exceptional, which is called alternative scenarios, or somewhere you can test error handling. So positive, negative, alternative, we are able to cover. And that is called use case based testing. So by understanding user and application relation, you will prepare your test cases. So these are the 5 techniques we have seen so far. As I told you, this module they have divided into 3 types. First is black box testing, white box testing, and third one is what? Experience based testing technique. Now it is time to discuss white box. And after white box, we'll be learning what is experience based, where 2 types you have to learn, error guessing and exploratory, right? Let's focus what is white box. As I mentioned previously, white box testing, where we generally focus internal mechanism of the software. It's a code structure based testing. Under white box, if the tester is aware about programming, you can continue with the white box part. Ujwala, example of use case, you can take any. Here we have explained ATM machine scenario, where how the user and ATM machine will work. User will insert a card. Machine will validate that card, right? And machine will return you the result. Same thing in real time also, you can take any example. Let's say you have LinkedIn application for testing, right? What the user interface you will test? For the LinkedIn application, how the user first register, how the user is able to log in, how the user is able to post some kind of feed, right? This is what we are testing. Are you getting, like, how you are passing request to some other connection, right? This is what? A use case diagram. The use case, it is available in every software application, right? So based on use cases, user and application interaction, you will prepare test case. No, there will be no question. It's kind of table or decision table or state transition. You will get a question based on the theoretical concept, if it is available. Got it? So no question asked for the use case. It is just a technique. So that technique explains you that you need to understand user interaction also. And based on that, you will prepare the test cases. Got it? Okay. So now it is time to understand what exactly white box testing it is. As I mentioned, white box testing generally performed by the developer or the tester. Those are aware about programming. Without programming skill, you are not able to test any white box. Okay, do remember that. It is all about interaction, internal things, structure of the software application. So key point, what we test, the test cases, scenarios, data derived from the test basis that may include code, software architecture, internal detail guys, detailed design, and other source of information regarding structure of that software. Based on that, you will prepare your test cases. Here we generally focus on the code, even interface between the module. That's the reason. Coverage is measured based on the item which you are tested from that particular software or for that particular module. So here we need to focus on the code coverage. Okay. Specifications are not used as a, are often used actually for additional source of information. So specification we need at every aspect. That's your requirement. Without requirement, we'll be not able to start and complete that process. But do remember, white box testing, it's related to coding part. Internal things we can validate. But for this, what techniques are given in ISTQB? It's very simple. There are only two techniques to follow. You need to understand what is statement testing or coverage. And you need to understand what is branch or decision coverage. So guys, those have completed manual testing, those are aware, right? Few small tricks and tips. But still the topic concept remains same. What you need to calculate while testing statement coverage and what you need to calculate while testing decision coverage. That is what you need to remember. Questions asked on this topic, somewhere they will give you some pseudocode. So what is pseudocode? See, in programming, generally what happen, we start with algorithm. Means developer will start algorithm first, then they design some flow chart. Finally, they will design their actual logic, right? But there is a combination of actual logic and the algorithm that is called pseudocode and which is not at all executable. So pseudocode means a code which is not at all executable, but which explains you the logic also. So you will be getting an ISTQB all about pseudocodes only, and they will ask you what is a statement coverage. By observing the code itself, you have to notice what should be the statement, what should be the decision. And let me tell you one more interesting point. Even though you are a non-technical person, suppose you are not aware about programming and all, let me tell you, still you can judge what what can be the statement and what can be the decision. It's very easy. Only some tricks, tips you need to follow. Okay, questions will not based on any loop. So far, there is no question on loop, any kind of complex scenario. But yes, simple if-else statement, nested if-else statement, there is definite question on that. Okay. So I will help you how to solve such a question. If any available in ISTQB, how you are able to solve it. The very first, what is statement coverage? As per the theory, they have mentioned many points here. So in a simple word, let me explain. Statement coverage means whenever any program is given, whenever any pseudocode is given, our main focus is on each and every executable statement. We should cover at least once. So in a simple line, you can make it note. Statement coverage means test executable statement. It should cover at least once. Means repetition not allowed. In statement coverage for the given program, executable statement you need to focus. And that is called statement coverage. One more point, you guys are able to achieve 100% statement coverage. It ensures that all executable statement in the code have been tested at least once, but does not ensure that all decision logic has been tested. Means whenever we focus on statement coverage, just remember statement coverage where we can test only executable statement, but it does not give guarantee about decision coverage. Are you getting my point? But whenever it comes to the decision, if you are testing any decision coverage, each and every decision or 100% decision coverage gives guarantee about 100% statement coverage. But there is no vice versa situation. Now, what is this? How come statement coverage we can identify even I am not a developer or we are not a white box tester? See, in ISTQB, they will not ask you to write a code. The code is given. You need to observe it. And based on that, you need to decide what will be the statement coverage. Basically, you are identifying number of test cases to test that code. So each and every executable statement, when you calculate, that is called statement coverage. But how it is? Let me show you. Now they have written some pseudocode. This is how the pseudocode you'll be getting. Now there are two ways. Either you can follow the full process. Otherwise, there is a guarantee by observing code itself. You will answer what will be the statement coverage of that code. So there is a simple trick I will be explaining to you. But suppose if you go with the process, so what is the process? There are 3-step process you need to follow to understand what will be the result. See, very first, what is statement? Any executable statement means what? First point, that is you need to understand. In the given program, if you notice read A, read B means some input, some variable we are declaring. If statement represents certain condition. So whenever there is a condition, every condition having two outcomes, either true, either false, either pass, either fail. Simple. Whenever you notice only else is given, along with else there is no if statement available, then that else is not a statement. It is just a syntax, it is just a keyword which is a part of your if body, right? Means it is a control flow statement. But else is what? Represent only keyword or only syntax. It is not executable statement, but whatever mentioned after else, that is executable. Do remember. So how to solve this? Guys, I will mark it with a number. Suppose I will show you both options, then you can try both. First, you need to number it, every statement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have 7 statement with us. What is the second way to solve? You can design a control flow graph. So control flow, flowchart, both are different. In flowchart, we have a stick diagrams to be followed. But in control flow, it's all about every statement you will design like a circle. Every number you can design like a circle. Simple. So guys, how I can design my control flow graph? I will be solving like this. 1, read A, same, read B. Then I will put third statement. It is a if statement. If, which is having two different outcomes. So I will be writing that. See, either true, either false. Now this is very sure that whenever we have any if condition, whatever statement we write after if statement, that is always true. And whatever we write inside a else, that is always false. This is a very general rule. Okay. So here which statement comes under true? If fourth number statement, I mean if third number statement is a if, after that images statement will always true part. So I am going to design it here. Okay. After else, else is not executable. When you can say else is executable, along with else, if you notice one more if, then only it is executable. Otherwise not. That's a simple trick to follow. So if you are getting else, else is not executable, but after that, whatever statement it is, that is executable. So guys, I will be mentioning here. And last, we are going to end our graph on statement number 7. Now the second step is completed. We have designed a graph. Now what we need to do to calculate statement coverage? We need to check starting from the first control till the last control. Every statement which should cover or which should execute at least once. Means if I start with this true part, then the path will be like this now. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 7. So there is a 1. I have to cover this one way. What if condition true, then true part will run. What if condition false? Definitely it will execute false part 2. So in this program, the correct answer will be what? Statement coverage will be 2. How come 2? I will go in this way first and then I will go this way also. So we have 2 is a statement coverage. Means 2 test cases are actually enough to cover this entire program. So guys, don't focus on what logic they have mentioned. It's a very simple. You need to check that what type of code it is. Simple code, nested code. Currently this code is very simple. When it will be nested, if any if statement available inside another if statement, then you can say it is a nested code. But whenever you have a straightforward program, just stick to the point. What is statement coverage? Design the graph and then you can decide. But guys, as I told you, this much time you will not get in ISTQB, right? That first mark it, then design it, then decide. Better there is a simple shortcut. Whenever question is asked for statement coverage, apply the simple formula. If you are testing, okay, if it is a simple code, then you can just calculate else plus 1. If it is a nested also, apply the same formula. Number of else plus 1, you will get a statement coverage. But suppose code is given in a sequence, like one after another. There you don't need to calculate multiple time if. Just calculate only one time, you will get the result. So number of else plus 1, that is a shortcut. So tell me, how many else you can see in the code? There is only one else, no? So 1 s plus 1, it's 2. And here the correct answer will be 2. So for this question, correct answer is what? what is minimum number of tests is required to cover 100% statement coverage? Correct answer is only 2. But there are two ways to solve this. Either you can design a graph and then you can decide the possible path, right? Where we are covering each and every executable statement at least once. That is called statement coverage. Or a simple formula you can follow, number of else plus 1. You will get your result. Okay, one more. Let's try.
And just one thing,
Yes.
if we are having else if nested of
Hmm.
else if, in that case we are having two else along with if. In that
Hmm.
case, is
We
it
need to
else?
calculate executable. We need to calculate 3 time else in that case. If 2 else and you are having 1 else with if, then
Yeah,
3 else plus 1. That means 3 plus 1, 4.
4. Okay, right. Okay,
That's a simple shortcut. I'll show you some example.
okay, thank you.
Let's see. This is very interesting actually. So this is the short tip how you will solve. So I have mentioned the formulas here and you can follow the same for your preparation. So this is the shortcut to understand what is the statement coverage, because see, this is done in real time by the developer, by the white box tester. But just to crack the ISTQB exam, you need to understand if there is any code written and if they're asking you, identify statement, identify decision. Okay, in decision, we have another formula to be followed. But whenever it comes to the statement, you need to just calculate for a nested condition number of else plus 1. Usually, if there is an unnested program, by default answer always will be 2. But I will suggest calculate with formula else plus 1. You will get a correct result. And even if there is no else available in the code, then definitely else plus 1, so else plus 0 in that case, and then you will be having only 1 as a result. So they have mentioned here, in that case coverage will be 1 if there is no else. And this is how within a fraction of second you will able to see the result. Okay, there is one percentage formula also available. So either you can do what, but this is very rare. Mostly question will be not there based on percentage. But what is this? See, somewhere you can do what? Total number of statement executed divided by total, and then you can multiply with 100, and you will get something in a percentage, result in a percentage. But very rare question asked on this. Okay, you will not get many questions on this, but you will get question on the pseudocode. Pseudocode will be the given, which is not executable, but based on that, you need to answer what is the statement coverage. Now let's see. Some more example you can try. Now everybody, it is mentioned the code now, and you tell me what is the solution. What is the statement coverage by observing this code? Try. Some scenario they have given. ATM machine, I think, right? Wait for the card to be insert. If card is valid, then what will happen? If pin is valid, then what will happen? And see, this is a nested pattern, right? If inside if, and we are having two else. What do you think? What will be the result? It's very straightforward. 2 plus 1, right? Absolutely. The answer is 3. 2 plus 1, answer is 3. Everybody clear how to solve? Yeah, just stick to the point. There is no need to think more, okay, what will happen negatively and something like that. Like a decision table. We don't need to think more, right? So in statement coverage, just focus on the number of else given in the code and what type of program it is. If you notice, this is a nested. How come? Guys, one if inside there is no end statement, but directly another if gets started. The code is actually the nested one. And for that, we can have a simple formula, else plus 1. Currently, there is 2. So 2 plus 1, absolutely answer is 3. And this is how you need to answer. Okay, fine. Try this third example for you. Again, first tell me what type of question it is. Nested code, simple code. Again, if inside another if means it is a nested. Okay. Now tell me what is statement coverage here. Don't assume, don't create something more. Very straightforward answer. Statement coverage. Yes, absolutely. It is 2. Number of else plus 1. Simple formula to be applied. Number of else plus 1, statement coverage will be 2. Means Minimum 2 test case you should write. Maximum you can write n number, but minimum 2 is enough to cover this entire pseudocode. Great. Then what comes decision? See, there is a simple trick. Like if I ask you a very simple question, suppose I'm giving this pseudocode like accept age. Okay, let me just write it again. Just a minute. Let me write accept age, right? And here we are comparing. If age is greater than equal to 18, then I just want to write okay valid age. Else I will be writing invalid age. Okay, but something which is missed. Example, see, I don't have this part. Okay, I don't have this part. I'm just writing valid age and end if. Fine. In this scenario, so there is only one statement given and there is no else part is available. When you are calculating statement coverage, that is okay, that we will follow a particular, what we can say else part, right? And our focus is on what? Executable statement. Basically, our main focus is on what? Executable statement under statement coverage. But point to be noted, when it comes to the decision, it is called branch. And as per the rule, if you write or if you cover 100% decision coverage, it always gives you guarantee about 100% statement coverage. But there is no vice versa concept, right? So in decision coverage, we have to focus on each and every decision by making it true once and by making it false once. Means even though true part, false part is there in the code, you will be calculating it. Even though it is a missing, still you need to calculate it, because every decision having two different ages, two different part, true and false. What if decision is true? What if your decision is false? So that's the reason both coverages are different. Statement coverage focus on executable statement. Decision coverage, branch coverage, focus on what? Executable decision by making it true and false at least once. And that's the reason. If you solve this example, when it comes to the statement coverage, right? So output will be different. And for decision coverage also output will be different. So here, no else. If you just stick to the point, else plus 1, there is number of else is 0. 0 plus 1, then output you are getting statement coverage is 1. But for the same example, whenever you are calculating decision, simple formula to be applied, you need to calculate number of if plus 1. So if you focus, there is only one if available. So output will be 1 plus 1, it will be 2. Two test cases you will be writing. But in statement coverage, it is saying that one test case is enough. It is because of the focus. Our focus is different in both. Are you getting my point? So do not confuse. Whenever you are calculating statement, it is only focusing on executable statement. That's the reason formula is different, else plus 1. But in decision, you have to focus on the given decision by making it true and false once. And for that reason, you need to write here number of if plus 1. The output of this code will be what? Definitely two test cases are enough to cover decision coverage. But whenever question asks for a statement, one test case is enough to cover statement coverage. Okay, that's the main point. So let's see the tricks and what decision it is. As I mentioned, decision coverage where you can simple focus on. See the point. Decision coverage helps to find defect in the code where other tests have not taken both true and false outcome. But in decision, we have to take true and false both outcome. Simple definition, it is exercising the decision in the code and test the code that is executed based on the decision outcome. And so 100% decision always gives the guarantee about 100% statement coverage to remember. And here in the code, in the case of the if statement, without else in the code, still we are going to calculate that. So if else is there, if else is not there, still we have to calculate, we have to measure every decision with the respective their branches. Means every decision having two branches. One is a true, another is a false. So one line simple definition. Decision coverage will help you to test the decision That means making that every condition, making that every decision by, calculating by true at once, again calculating by making it false at once. So every decision we are executing in two way, true and false. So we'll be getting the output always almost true, right? I mean, 2 is the result. But then depends on the number of if, output can be varied. So let's focus. See the point? 100% decision always give the guarantee of 100% statement, but not vice versa. So statement coverage never gives you guarantee, right? Okay. Some example based on the same. What is minimum number of test case required to 100% decision coverage? Again, guys, either you can solve with a control flow graph, but very straightforward answer. If there is only one if available, if plus one, you can calculate. Definite answer will be 2, right? True and false. So simple shortcut formula you can apply if it is a nested code, if it is a normal if else condition, right? But it should not be the sequence. Means there might be possibility. Multiple if you are getting in sequence. One if started, ended. Second if started, ended. In that case, only one if. At a time, only one if you can consider. No need to read, no need to take every if separately. So that's a sequential flow. But here it's a normal condition. So you can directly apply the formula number of if plus 1. You will get the result. Try the second one. Okay, the tricks and tips. So this is what the formula, this is what you need to remember. So if you have a nested, just calculate number of if plus 1. Unnested with respect to count of if, output will be always true, right? So even though there is a if statement only one time available, output will be 2. Even though it's like this, if is available, again there is another if, again after that another if. Still the output will be what? 2. Either we can make it true, we can make it false. So it's not like that separate if you are calculating. If it is a sequential code, in sequential you can consider only one time. Remember that. Okay, only one time we need to calculate. So few questions based on the same. Again, this card one question. Can you tell me what will be the decision coverage? So there are two time conditions are given. Now think number of if plus 1. So output will be what? Very nice. It is 3. Yes, because 2 time if is given, so number of if plus 1, you will be definitely getting coverage as a 3. Very good. Okay, try this one. Now focus. First of all, observe what type of code it is, sequential or it is a nested. Then you can decide the trick. Okay, see, first if started, ended. Second if started, ended. Means it is for sure code is sequential. So calculate only one time. Don't go for 2 times. Then tell me the output. Only one time you need to calculate if. That means number of if plus 1, output will be what? 1 plus 1, it will be 2. Here answer will not be 3. Do remember that. If the code is a sequential one, you have to measure only one time. That's a simple answer. If it is a nested one, in that case you can measure 1, 2, how many if are there, and based on that you can apply the formula. But every sequential code, sequence means the logic remains, let's say it has started, it has ended, again it is starting, again it is ending. That's the flow which is called sequential. So there you can calculate only one time. So the answer is 2. I hope it is clear, right? No, Nirmala, different condition, but there might be possibility. Na? You might get a code in a nested pattern. See, in programming, this is a programming approach. So let me explain. Somewhere, if this is the condition you are getting, some different ifs are over there, right? And somewhere you might get this way. One condition, inside that, another condition, right? So this pattern is called nested. One if body available inside another if. This is called nested. And somewhere this is started, ended, again started, ended. This is called what? Sequential. One by one. It's very general. One by one flow. Are you getting my point? So in our code, the same pattern is written. No? It's a sequence code. Because here it's very easy to look into. Why? Because you are getting pseudocode. So they have given end if, means this is the first block. Then again it is starting with second if condition. So I can say this is a sequential code. In sequential, you can just apply one time. So calculate not two, just calculate one time if, and then you can decide. Okay, fine. So got the topic. What is white box testing? We will see some questions too, but let me finish the experience based pattern also. And at the end, we will discuss some more question based on the same. So what is experience based? Again, guys, it's as per the, the way how we conduct this testing. So it's a ad hoc. Ad hoc means we generally don't go every time for experience based, right? In some scenario, we need to go it, or we need to complete the process using experience only. Means sometimes what happens, some kind of complicated, complex scenario you are testing. There we need to take a help of experienced people. But generally, what is experience based testing and how it is beneficial for us? Let's have a look. Experience based testing technique have a leverage that experience of developer, tester, user to design, implement and execute test. So we can take a help of experienced people to complete the process. These techniques are often combined with black box, white box testing technique. Yeah, somewhere it is important, right? So it is always combined with this. When applying experience-based test technique, test cases are derived from the tester's skill, intuition, and their experience with similar application and technology. So somewhere based on the experience of the tester, their entire skill, right? Their experience, their entire knowledge about that same application or technology. Based on that, we will take a help and we will complete the process. So common characteristics that you need to remember: every test condition, case, data we can derive based or which may include knowledge and experience of a tester, developer, user, and other stakeholder. So how we design test cases? We design the test cases by taking help of the experienced people. Why it is comes under ad hoc? Because again, it's not every time we follow. Okay, but it is usually occur at the time of white box and black box testing. So it is important. Okay, but we have one more. Under experience based, there are two different types of testing: exploratory and the error guessing. Out of these two, both are ad hoc only, but error guessing is a one of the black box testing technique. So please understand what is error guessing. So in general, in error guessing, okay, we have one more checklist based testing also. So in ISTQB, remember three: error guessing, exploratory, and checklist. So do you know what is the benefit of checklist based? If you have a checklist based flow, then it is very easy to look into the defect, right? On which area or in which document you are getting the defect, or on which module you are getting the defect, it is very easy to look into it. Even you can able to judge that why your software is getting failed, right? Why the software is getting failed, we are able to judge that. The reason behind that we can judge, because we have just now seen a checklist based review process also. The same reason we have for checklist based testing. Let's see what is error guessing. It is a technique which is used to anticipate the occurrence of mistake, defect, failure based on the tester knowledge. So basically, tester will concentrate on an error prone area and they will identify some more defect. They will help you to identify some more defect. Then that process is called error guessing. Guess on the error prone area. But who will guess? The tester who have certain experience. So how the application has worked in the past, what type of mistake developer tend to make, failure that have occurred in other application that you can notice while doing error guessing. It is a methodical approach. Okay, it is a methodical approach to error, to guess the error, or this is a technique is to create a list of possible mistake, defects, failure, and design tests that will expose those failure and defect that cause them. So generally, it is a technique, it is a process where we need to concentrate on the error prone area. And then we need to get some more detail, more defect, more failure from that particular area. And then we can list out the same. So error guessing and exploratory both comes under experience base. But error guessing more and more focus on the defects, the failure part, right? So generally, what are the possible mistakes, defect, failure, and design test which simply expose those failure, right? And where you are able to identify some more defect in the software. Based on that, you can prepare your test cases. So it is comes under experience base because we don't do every time, but somewhere it is required. Then you can take a help of experienced people. What is next? Exploratory. Meaning is very simple. Possibilities what? Sometimes we have a very limited documentation with us. Okay, and you just need to complete your testing process. How it is possible if you have a limited document somewhere which is not clear? Then it is difficult to test, right? In that case, you can't stop testing. Rather, you can do what? Explore the things. Go for some previous similar kind of project. You can directly do what? You can search on internet, take the information from that particular data, right? Or that project domain, and then you can complete your testing process. Then it is called exploratory based testing technique. So based on your original, or we can say previous work, we can explore the application. If you don't do, or if you don't know anything, don't stop. Explore the things and then you can continue. And that is called exploratory testing. So point to be noted, this is very special. Some kind of theoretical questions definitely you'll be getting on this topic. So what is exploratory? It is an informal, which is not predefined test, are designed, executed, logged, and evaluated dynamically during test execution. It's a kind of informal testing, or we can say it is a kind of what? A simple ad hoc way. Again, it's not a every time we follow, but yes, sometimes it is needed, then we can follow. So test results are usually learn more about component system and to create test for the area that may need more testing and more attention. Somewhere exploratory is sometimes conducted using session based testing. Okay, to structure the activity. What is session based? In session based testing, it is conducted within defined time box, certain time period you have, and within that time period, you will be completing that. So again, we can say in agile, certain time period, we can take a help of experienced people and we can complete the process. So tester uses test charters that containing the test objective to guide the testing. Test charters means what? Again in ISTQB, they have already provided some kind of glossary and that you can refer if you don't know meaning of any particular statement. The charters are nothing but some kind of like a, what we can say, some expected document. Okay, we are expecting something from the application, right? So based on that charter, we can test our exploratory concept. Like, okay, fine, this is not available, then how and from where you will get this more detail, and by referring that detail, you will continue your process. Again, tester may use test session sheet. Somewhere you will get certain session sheet, right? That means a document, the step followed in that, and this, discovery is made. So you need to observe the session, you need to understand, you need to make certain list, and as per the work, you can mention that result also. That if you test in between this time period, what the output you are getting, okay, how exactly software is replying to you. This kind of things we can generally conduct while doing exploratory. But why it is called? Yes, yes, Pranita. Absolutely. Figma is a test chart. Yes. So why it is called exploratory? Because every time we don't do. It's based on the experience only. Whenever it is needed, we can go for it. But again, it is most useful when there are few or inadequate specification or significant time pressure on a testing. See the point. Why it comes under ad hoc? There is a reason. Every time we don't follow, but whenever we have some time pressure, we need to complete that process, then definitely we can explore the things and we can go for the exploratory testing. But again, it's not your role. It is conducted by the experienced people. And then what is checklist based? You will get certain checklist and based on that, you will test your application. So which point to be focused, where you not to be focused, already provided. And based on that, you can complete your testing process. So somewhere, yes, why your software is getting failed, the reason behind that, you are able to notice if you are doing it checklist based, because you are going to concentrate only on that area. Point to be noted, right? So checklist based testing, tester design, implement, execute, test to cover test condition which is found in the checklist. See, you will already getting know, like you are already know that okay, which area to be covered. Scenarios are already there. So based on those conditions, you'll be preparing your test cases. So as a part of analysis, tester create a new checklist, even expand the existing checklist, but tester may also use existing checklist without any modification. So it's up to you. Either follow the same. If you want to add some more checklist in that, do the changes and complete the process. So such a checklist can be built based on the experience, again, knowledge about that important feature for the user, understanding why and how, see the point, software get failed. Based on understanding that this could be the reason because of this software is getting failed, definitely it is possible with the help of checklist based. So checklist can be created, support variety of types, test type, including functional, even including quality attributes, nothing but non-functional testing. Okay. And we have a sample question from, I think, we have covered 3 questions so far. ECP, BVA, we have covered decision table. And yes, I think we have covered this one also. Let's see some other. Okay, what is this? Okay, some techniques are given. Very interesting question, guys. Focus. Okay, so we have this entire model divided into 3 parts, na? Black box, white box, and what is next? Experience based. They have given some categories, scenarios, and you need to check that which comes under black box, which comes under white box, which comes under experience base. Will you try this? See which of the best describe or best matches description with the different categories of test technique. Focus. It comes under what? How you will solve? Check every scenario and notice what in which option it is coming. Otherwise, start preparing with the option. You can observe the option, then you can decide. Okay. Now tell me first of all, coverage you are measuring. Coverage is measured based on selected structure, where it is coming. Whenever we test coverage, that's completely white box. Simple trick. The processing within test object is checked. Something internal thing you are testing, right? I will say again it comes under white box. Okay. Test based on defect likelihood and their distribution. What is this? Based on some possibility of the defect, if something is thinking in that way, someone is thinking in that way, then it is testing. It comes under what? Yeah, many people got the answer. Very nice. It is coming under experience base. And deviation of the requirement, we do black box, guys. Something based on specification, black box. User stories are used for the basis. You are doing black box because based on requirement, we do go for black box testing. White box testing, we need a code. Without code, without internal things, we can't test. So what option satisfy your entire scenario? Option A, absolutely. Option A is the correct answer. I hope it is clear, right? So somewhere people might, I mean, in ISTQB, you will get this kind of question. They will give you scenario and they will ask you, categorize which comes under which. Okay, very interesting. Okay, try next one. Yeah, the correct answer is option A. Okay, it is for exploratory testing. Think, which of the following provide best description of exploratory testing? Testing practice in which in-depth investigation of the background of the test object is used to identify potential weakness and that are examined by the test case, or it is an approach to testing where the tester dynamically design and execute tests based on their knowledge, exploration of the test item and the result of previous test. Even third option, an approach to test design in which test activities are planned as an uninterrupted session of a test analyst and design often used to conjunction with the checklist. So absolutely it is checklist based. So this is not a correct answer, right? Even Testing based on texture, experience, knowledge, intuition. This is actually what? Error guessing. So out of A and B, decide your option. Let me check the chat box. Very nice. Absolutely, the correct answer is B. Exploratory means exploring the things if we don't know, if you have a limited documents, right? And then based on that, absolutely both comes. Error guessing is also experience based, but it is mentioned general meaning. Here it is not something related to exploration. It is given here. Based on knowledge, exploration of the test item. So the actual best description of exploratory is what? Option B. Everybody clear? Got it? Okay, great. So here, next question is, okay, B. B is the correct answer. And here we have completed chapter number 4. Okay. So mostly this chapter having more weightage, and the questions are splitted in this way only. Some questions you will get based on the state transition. For sure, state transition question. ECP, BVA question. Sometimes same scenario and they might ask you questions related to the same. Then you will be getting question related to decision table. Yeah. Somewhere they might ask only state transition. They don't ask decision table. So depends on the question pattern you will be getting. But more questions you'll be getting based on this. Right. So please follow the same and try to answer. Okay, so one question I'm getting in this particular loop. Okay, Aparna, one more thing. Whatever it is related to the latest syllabus, that only you can focus. Let me just check your question. The following statement refer to the decision coverage when the code is contains only single if statement and no loop and case statement, and its execution is not tested within the test. Any single test case uh, we run will result 50% decision. Which of the following statement is correct? Let me just provide to you. So this is scenario based question, something they have given and you need to try that, right? Just a minute, let my notepad open. I will be pasting here and I hope you are able to observe it. So this is the question asked. Okay, the following statement refers to the decision coverage when the code contains only single if, no loop or case statement, and its execution is not tested within the test. If single test case will run, only result 50% decision. Which of the following statement is correct? The statement is true. Any single test provide 100% statement coverage and therefore 50% decision. Statement is true. Any single test will cause the outcome of the if statement to be either true or false. Statement is false. Single test can have guaranteed 25% decision coverage. Or it is false. The statement is too broad. It may be correct or not. First of all, D is not a correct answer. Now, if we focus on first point, if single test case provide 100% statement, therefore 50% decision, no. This is also not true because statement never guarantees any kind of decision. First point, right? So we have now two choices, either B and either C. So if statement is true, if single test will cause the outcome of the if statement to be either true or false. And statement is false if the single test can only guarantee 25% decision in this case. So I think correct option according to me, it is a B. This statement is true, right? First point. But any single test case will cause the outcome of if statement to be either true or either false. No, wait. Kindly wait. Any single test case now? Any single test case when we talk, then it could be either true or false. Then definitely we need two test case in that case, right? Where we are able to achieve the 50%, okay, decision coverage. So here it is mentioned that if there is no loop, no other statement, and only single if statement is there, and its execution is not tested to the test, any single test case will return, the result will 50% decision. So actually, if there is a if statement, hmm, yes, what is the output, Aparna? I mean, whose question it is? What they have written. Yeah, Aparna only. Okay. See, the previous questions, if you are taking from some other site now, that is not valid. Do remember that. Now it's very straightforward. 100% statement does not give any kind of 100% decision guarantee. But if you cover decision coverage, automatically you will be getting the guarantee for a statement. Remember that logic. Okay, based on that, here it is asking that we have some decision coverage to verify, and when the code contain only single if statement. So as I mentioned, single if statement is there, and that statement when you cover by making it true and false, yes, by making it true and false, absolutely what will happen? We are able to achieve that particular full decision coverage, because every if statement means you are testing it in two ways. So, but here it is given what? Yes, here it is given what? If there is a if statement and no loop, no case, and its execution is not tested within the test, any single test case will result 50% decision. So that is true. Gurudev, how come it is false? If there is a only if statement, only single statement is available, no loop, nothing. So let's say there is a if statement available. What decision coverage means? We can make it in two part, no? True and false part. True and false part. And then it will become 100% decision coverage. Are you getting my point? So what they have mentioned in the statement, anyone. No, no, no. But what is written here? If any single test case will run, result in 50% decision, so this is true, na? If any single test case you are running, let's say I'm just making execution of this. So that means I'm doing 50% work. That's the reason option. Here it is mentioned option B, statement is true. If any single test will cause the outcome of the if statement, it is either true or false. That's the reason it is true. Got the point, Gurudev? Why not C? It's not a false condition. They have written very straightforward. To achieve 100% decision, we have to cover true and false both. But you are covering only one part, one test case only. That means you are achieving 50%. Are you getting my point? And why I'm saying it is true? Because it is not about statement coverage. And what statement it is? Statement is if itself. So whenever we have a if statement, we have to make it in two parts, true and false. And we have to cover both to achieve 100%. So if you are getting output as a 2, that means you are achieving 100%. The question is asked for the 50%. So absolutely it is a one test case, one part you are running, you are achieving 50% only. So statement is true. Got it? Right. Okay, so many this type of question you might get, right? If you have, still you can refer. If you have any query in between that 1 week span, you can ask me. Directly you can share in the WhatsApp group, or you can directly share to me personally. I will be helping out with that question. But for now, let me explain the other two chapters too, because we have very, again, a limited time, guys, to cover that. Fine. So let me, okay, I will be not saving anything because it is already there. Let me introduce what you will find out in chapter number 5 and how the questions will be. So basically, again, it's a theory, only theory, theoretical concept, test management. But the more and more focus they have given on the module, like the main organizational structure, how it is, how the planning estimation happen, what is risk and risk management and the risk testing, right? Risk-based testing, we can say. Configuration management, so where we can store and maintain your data, right? So configuration management is required, and the mainly defect management. So in short, if you ask me what is this, then here it is very clearly mentioned what are the roles responsibility as per the ISTQB that manager has to be covered, and what are the roles are given for the tester. Who is responsible to prepare summary report, execution report, some kind of test report. So responsibilities of manager tester you need to understand. Monitoring and control, taking necessary action. Again, it is a throughout the life cycle. Weightage for this question, again, I think it is 9 points. So this chapter, the fourth number chapter and the first chapter, having more weightage in throughout the entire syllabus. So as per the weightage, you need to study. So I will recommend Go for each and every point, read it properly, and it's very easy again. One more trick. Definite question will be there on this topic, risk analysis. You know what is risk? Risk could be anything, guys. It could be any problem or potential, we can say effect, or it could be a potential issue which might happen, might not happen. It depends on the particular situation, condition. In terms of organization, if you found any risk, let's say there are two types of risk. Okay, either you will get any project risk or you will be getting any product risk. What is the difference? Project risk and product risk, what is the difference? Anyone wants to try? So risk, it can be any kind of action which has some negative consequences, which might occur, might not occur, that's okay. But there could be project related risk, there could be product related risk. So what is the basic difference in between these two terms? See, whenever we are working on a project, it's all about many teams, they are spending their time, they're working on that particular project, right? So it is all about a complete SDLC process. Anything happen related to your development cycle process, that is called, yes, related to service, we can say, related to any user issue, correct, team issue, any kind of development cycle problem, that's we can call it as project risk. And then what could be the product? Anything happen related to software, your application, that is what, it could be functional problem, non-functional problem, anything, that is called simple product type of risk. So one question definitely on this, they might give you some scenarios and they will ask you, judge what type of risk it is. Out of four, which one project? Which one is a product risk? People will ask you this type of question. One question definite there on the risk measurement. So suppose in any application, any process, we have a risk. How we are able to measure it? Guys, simple formula. Risk could be measured with risk exposure. Yeah, there is a exposure, and we have here, there is a, what we can say, probability into impact, P into I, or probability you can call likelihood. Means we have something possibility, we can call. Possibility of risk is how much? Based on that, you can test the impact. So anything where we are calculating probability into impact, that is called risk exposure, and that is your exposure, not explode, exposure. Then it is called measurement of a risk. So this is a formula, E is equal to P into I. Based on this, you will get definite one question in this particular exam. Yeah, exposure, the management, how we do. Again, there are many factors they have mentioned. Okay, for defect management, it is very important to focus how to prepare defect report. What the points are important. Suppose now, very simple question, if I ask you, those are working. Tell me, uh, if you found any defect, all right, and you want to simple ask a developer about the defect, like fix it, then what information you need to pass to the developer? If you are passing only short description of the defect, will your developer able to understand it? No, right? Whenever we are maintaining the report, it should be very clear. Summary, proper description. Sometimes we need to capture a screenshots, right? For the observation, what defect it is. The IDs are important because somewhere there might be multiple defect we found. Proof of defect, correct, absolutely. Screenshot, or you can say video, something we need. So defect management, it's all about how to create a defect report and what are the parameters should be expected in your report that should be available. That is defined by the ISTQB. So some organizational level, the concepts, management and the role responsibilities are available. So test organization, again, what is independent testing? Famous question based on this topic. What is independent testing? What could be the benefit or what could be the drawback? Something this is important. So first of all, what is independent testing and how it is useful? Please understand. The certain degree of independence often makes tester more effective at finding and failure, finding the defect and failure from the software application. So every time we do our work, But independent testing means based on your skill, you can apply some more scenario on the software and you can test it. Somewhere you notice the defect and the failure. So it is again more effective technique. But degree of independence means what? It is what? From low level to independence to high level independence. Means what? So no independent tester. The only form of testing is available is the developer testing their own code. Independent testing means what? Somewhere it's like a component testing level, right? Where the developer are testing their own code. So absolutely, they will able to identify the defect, more failure in that code, because every tester is not, we can say, technical person. Yes, that's true, right? So every tester doesn't have, or they don't have entire programming skill or knowledge. So definitely if no independent tester, that means the only form of testing available where the developer testing their own code, their independent tester will not help you, right? So independent developer or tester within the development team or the project team, this could be the developer testing their colleagues product, right? So whenever, sometimes what happen, we have a team, an independent developer tester, they are doing their work, even they are able to check their work together, you guys are able to test your work together, it's like a agile process. So yes, that there is a benefit if you're doing that way. Okay, you are just you can say combinedly working, or you are just testing that application in that way. So that is true. Independent test team somewhere or group within the organization and reporting to the project management or executing management, possible. There are, we have an independent testing team available, and then we are testing application and we are reporting to our higher authority. What else? Somewhere independent tester from the business organizations or user community or some specialization in specific test type, something called non-functional. So we have a specialized team. Those team are also working independently, guys, and they're testing their skill or their entire application as per their work. So example, performance testing, usability, security, yes, compliance, portability, right? Everything comes under what? That specialized testing type. But that is again what? They are doing the application, they are testing the application within a team. Okay, with everybody's experience, with everybody's knowledge, they're testing the application. So independent tester, that could be external to the organization. Sometimes it is a possible. Independent tester can be the external person also. And they are either checking or working on that site, or maybe offsite, outsourcing, which is called in-source, outsource. Somewhere we have a team, those are working on that particular application or a site, then those are in-source. But something which is simply outsider, then also we can consider is what? Independent testing. So we have a lot of benefit. So somewhere developer can test their own code, right? They are able to identify the defect related to the coding. Somewhere we work as a team where the developer, tester, everybody involved, and that involvement is a beneficial, right? Somewhere we have a specialized team. That comes also independent testing, guys, because based on your experience, knowledge, you are testing that application. Because again, at a fresher level, we can't go for performance testing directly, right? Agree? So we have certain specialized team over there. And then these are the benefits. We have certain benefits of independent testing. And see, again, they are mentioning that point. Okay, 2 points. Independent tester are likely to recognize different kind of failure. They can compare developers' works too, because there are different backgrounds, technical perspectives, and biases again. So possible, guys, if you are doing independent work, right? So you guys are able to identify if many people are working together and they are simply applying their thoughts. Definitely you will get something new, right? You will understand something new or some new issues. That's again a very much important for testing process. Even independent tester can verify, challenge, or disprove assumptions made by stakeholder during the specification or implementing that software application. So yes, that is also possible. And that's the reason in organization, again, we have certain techniques to be followed, where the organization sometimes they can group together, developer, tester, they can grouply or they can combinedly work, okay, just to solve that problem. Then again, it comes under independent testing point. So where everybody can work and we guys are able to test that, entire feature, maybe one module or maybe complete application based on everybody's opinion. So within a team, but how exactly you are testing? You are testing each other work, you are understanding it, and then it is very helpful for an entire testing process. What could be the task of manager? So far in manual testing, we have learned the planning, tracking, cost estimation, budget, everything decided by the manager. Main important task. Who prepare test plan? Yeah, many people having a confusion. As per the ISTQB, test planning always done by the test manager. Do make a note of that. And many tasks. So I have mentioned all the tasks here one by one. If you observe, these are the tasks that manager can do. Okay. Few key points. Yeah, let me come to that. Very first, people, in ISTQ, we will get question based on report. So and so report designed by whom, right? When it comes to the summary report, see this point. Manager prepare, deliver test progress report and summary report based on information gathered. So there is a question, who prepares summary report in ISTQB? So definitely progress report of an entire team and the summary report prepared by the manager. Planning always done by the manager. You can contribute, but decision final will be taken care by the test manager. Do remember that. So some other point, rest of the points are okay. Like manager is involved in every process, but some key point, which is this only, right? The reports who generate, even you can see the metric for progress, evaluating the quality, it is also decided by the manager. Selection or implementation of a tool, make a note. Automation tool if sometimes you need, right? So who will decide? It's again decision taken care by the management. So you can just contribute your opinion in that. But yes, final decision will be taken care always by the manager. So development of the plan, review the whole process, okay, sharing the testing prospective project activities. This is done by the manager only. Even planning, adapt the plan, result, progress, tracking is done by the manager. Estimation point, somewhere it is mentioned. Again, decide the implementation of environment. Then if you need any kind of skills, okay, certain skills to be provided to the tester, the training and staffing, it is also done by the management guys. So these are the common tasks that manager performs. Do remember progress summary report prepared by the test manager. So why? Because you might get again role-wise questions. Whose task is this? Tester or manager? And based on that, you need to decide your answer. Okay. So this topic is important. What is next? Task of tester that you are already aware. Review the work. Contribute to test plan, but planning done by the manager. Do remember. Analyze, review the documents. All kind of document we can review. Do remember that. Again, you are responsible to prepare scenarios, test cases, condition, test basis, right? Traceability you are able to maintain between the basis, condition, test case and your requirement also. Verify, and let me just show you all. Yes. So design, setup, verify environment whenever it is necessary. Then design, implement test cases, procedure, prepare test data. That's your role. Create detailed execution schedule. Along with that, when you execute test, apply the execution status that you can evaluate. As per the result, you can mention that result, what exactly scenario it is and how exactly it will execute. Use appropriate tool to facilitate the process. Even automate the test as needed, right? Whenever it is needed, automation script prepared by the tester only. Evaluate non-functional characteristics like performance, usability, security, compatibility, portability, and review test developed by others. There is a possibility. Some other tester work also you can review. Yes. So these are the very basic tasks. Simple. Understanding the requirement, understanding the need, review, test case writing, scenario writing, data preparation, evaluation of the environment, whether environment is ready, right? So you can see, verify your environment, often coordinating with the administrator and network management. Okay, just to understand whether whatever you need for a project, everything is ready or not. Then only you can go for the execution. So execution, preparation of defect report, that is also role of tester only. Do remember that. Now the planning and estimation, what the point that how it is actually mentioned about test plan. Simple word, test planning, it is nothing but roadmap for a complete testing activity. Scope, objective, what to test, what not to test, how many team member, roles, responsibilities, risk analysis, it is done by the management only. So it is all about what planning it is and how the plan generally focus. So yes, guys, budget, again determine level of detail, structure document, even scope, overall testing approach, integrating coordinated test activities to the software life cycle, right? Making decision about what to test, scheduling your analysis work, design, implementation, execution. Again, if you have a specific date, like in sequential development, or in context of each iteration, like in agile iterative work, that entire scheduling planning done by the test planning inside a plan document, you will get this detail. So test planning, again selecting metric to manage and even monitor the progress and controlling the same. That is also one of the very interesting point which is decided by the management. We use different metric, like in agile we have certain metric to be follow, right? But whenever it comes to the monitoring part, controlling part, we have some different metrics. Whenever just to check the progress of your work, then we can say burn down, burn up chart are there, right? But now again the same, what is entry exit criteria? Okay, tell me. One question definitely will be this on this. Entry means starting point. Exit means completed. Do remember. So entry exit should be there for every test level, for every test type, and it will differ based on the test objective also. So let me help you. What could be the entry criteria and what could be the exit criteria? So first of all, entry means more typically called definition of ready in agile. Definition of ready. That is what in agile term. It defines the precondition for undertaking given test activity. See, entry criteria are not met, it is likely that activity will prove more difficult, right? And more time consuming and more costly and risky too. So basically every level we have a specific entry criteria to be start, and those example, those scenario comes under entry criteria. So here you need to decide, you'll be getting definite question for this, and you need to focus on, okay, which could be the entry, which could be the exit. So let's see. Something, starting point is the entry in short. Example C, availability of testable requirement. Some user story. You will get some model information. Example, when following model based testing strategy, you are performing sequential work, you are performing iterative work, that's your entry criteria. Correct? Availability of the test item that have made exit criteria for any period of test level. See example, what is the meaning of this statement? Something which is matching exit criteria, but that will be considering entry criteria for something different level. Example C, if I integrate all module together, that is exit for what? Integration level. But from that point only we are going to start system testing now. Yes or no? So the point is written that something you might feel that is exit for one particular level, but that might be entry for another level. And yes, that is again comes under entry criteria. Availability of something like test environment, tool, or any test data or other necessary resources, that is again your entry criteria. Then what could be the exit? See the point. Exit means typically called definition of done in agile. So basically exit criteria where what condition must be achieved in order to declare the test level, or something which is completed, which state that process is completed, that is called exit criteria. Very simple, guys. So plan test completed, something you have covered, coverage is achieved, that is exit. Define level of coverage. See, requirements, stories, acceptance criteria we match, code, everything is completed, achieved. Then we can say that is the exit criteria. Number of unresolved defect within that agreed limit. There is a possible deadline we miss. Within that limit, we have to complete some work and we miss that point, right? Deadline we miss. That's again comes under exit criteria. So defects are not resolved within that agreed limit, exit criteria. Number of estimated remaining defect insufficiently low. Something is still remain in the application, right? But that what we can say defect is sufficient means, sufficient low means again it depends on the requirement. Something is, let's say customer is expecting that 95% application must be defect free. 5% accepted, but how much or what type of defect you can keep in 5%? Only low severity, low priority defect, I'll say. Then it could be exit. Got it? Again, evaluate level of reliability, performance, usability, some quality attributes. Okay, characteristics are sufficient to match your application covering those. Yes, you can stop testing or you can exit from that level. So entry means point where you are starting. Exit means something we are not able to proceed or exit. Okay, we are able to say completed process. And this, based on this, definitely there will be one question. Okay, now they have added something more interesting. Previously it was not there, but now they have added this point. And even now I'm not sure about the latest version 2. Guys, just one call, just a minute. Okay, so sorry, let's continue. So execution schedule means, suppose you are an executor, right? And you are going to execute some test cases. So there you need to focus on what part, like how you start execution. It's not like that, okay, we are having test cases, then just we are covering or executing each and every one by one. Something we need to focus before execution, that's called dependence. There might be possibility your test cases are dependent, right, to each other. So it is all about that how we can schedule the execution. So for scheduling few points, you need to remember, see the test execution, it's all about like a process where we can execute test cases by applying onto the software. But while considering that execution, what the process it is, see, execution schedule, it should take into account such factor as prioritizing, dependencies, confirmation, some kind of regression work. You need to focus on this type of testing. And most efficient sequence of execution of the test is very much important. So in general, you have to prioritize your work. Whatever it is critical, that part you need to cover first. High risk module, high critical module, those module you need to cover first. So basically, again, this is a applying concept. So I will be showing you one example. This type of question definite there in the exam. And based on that, you need to solve. Do remember this point. So somewhere you are getting, see, ideally test case would be in the order to run based on their priority level. Usually by executing test cases, highest priority first. Same point, whatever critical priority it is, highest priority it is, that you need to focus. But somewhere there is a possibility. Even though test case is designed with a high priority, but if the test case depends on some other test case, then you have to cover first dependent test case. And then you have to cover that priority wala test case. Got the point? Means if the test case with a higher priority is dependent on some other test case with some lower priority, but the lower priority test case must be executed first. Why? Because it's a dependent one. Based on lower priority, higher priority test case got dependent. So somewhere in ISTQB, you will get a table. In that table, some dependencies and test cases got mentioned as per the priority. You have to observe the table and then you have to decide that what sequence you will first follow while executing the test cases. So please notice what the point you need to focus, guys. And again, see, confirmation regression test must be prioritized as well if you are getting it. Mostly they don't define as per the type. Okay, you will not get like type. So this is a confirmation test or regression test, but you will definitely get question that many test cases are given and they just mention the priority dependency. Then you need to first think one point only. Always start with high priority. But if the test cases depend on some other test case, cover that dependent test case first and then again come back to your main test case. So let me show you. This is the example. Notice what is given. One table is given with certain test case dependency and C. They have mentioned this is a test case. Here is a priority. Here is a technical dependency and something here we call logical. And they are just asking you which of the following execution schedule best describe priorities. Okay, priorities and technical logical dependencies. So question is how and from which point you will start. How you execute all 6 test cases. Will you try this? Think very first what the point you will focus, priority. highest priority is available for how many test cases? See, high priority for test case 1, test case 3. So immediately guys, if you want exact answer na, check the option. So basically, if you notice, test case 1 and test case 3, both are depends on what? Test case 4. Means option should start with which test case number? Tell me. Option should start with which test case number? Absolutely test case number 4 first. So that means A option, where it is not starting with test case number 4, which is not your answer. That is definite answer, right? That's a true. But you can see at that will be answer will be either B, C, D. Now just start. So I will start with test case number 4 first. Okay, then what? Either we can go with test case number 3, or we can go with, see, test case number 4, then test case number 1. I will start with this. Two possibilities. So check from the option. 4 is started and 3, 4 is started and 1. That means option D is also not the answer. Please understand the trick. So you are now you are having two choices, A and B. I mean B and C. So let's again continue. Fine. So whenever this both test cases are completed, I will focus on medium test case. And medium is, you can see 4, which is already completed, and test case number 6. But this test case depends on test case number 5. Means sequence will be like this now. Okay, if I go to the 5, but 5 is also dependent on test case number 2. Means it will be like first start with 2, then start with 5, and then I have to complete test case number, what is that? 6. Okay, 2, 5, 6, something like that. So now tell me where we are going to start that. So either test case number 3, you will find out 1, or you can simple go to 3. Okay, so both till this you are getting correct answer. But here you can check the accurate sequence will be what? 2, 5 and 6. Means option B is the correct answer. Everybody got the answer? How come C? Harshada, Aparna, Varun, how come C? Focus. What will be the correct answer? See, even though these points are common, na, it could be anything. But check the rest of the answer. Na. If you are going to the medium priority for test case number 6, it is depend on 5. But 5 is also depend on test case number 2. Means first we have to cover 2, then 5, then 6. And based on that, only one option is available. Okay, people are asking for repeat. Everybody focus. Let me first discard it. Okay. Gurudev, see again. First point, we will always start with high priority. So you can see I'm having two test cases starting from high priority. Means if you notice dependency, before priority, again we have to focus dependency. So high priority test cases dependent on test case number 4. That means we are going to start with test case number 4 first. So you will be getting something like this. Either 4, either you will complete one test case and then you will complete third test case. Or what is a possible scenario? 4 first, 3 first, then 1. Okay. So these 3 test cases we actually covered. After that, we have to focus on medium. But 4 is a medium which is already covered. Then I'll go to the 6, which is again medium. But 6 is depend on a 5. So means I have to first complete test case number 5. Based on this, I will complete test case number 6. If I go to the test case number 5, what I notice, 5 is also dependent on test case number 2. That means I have to first complete test case number 2. So 2, 5, 6, it is a sequence. So apply it here. Either 2, 5 and 6, or here either 2, 5 and 6. That's the correct answer. So which option satisfy the same? See option here, if you notice B, 4, 3, 1, 2, 5, 6. And this is the option 4, 3, 1, 2, 5, 6. Got it? So the option B is correct. Okay, Varun? Great. So this is how definite question will be there. They will give the table priority dependency. Write, solve it, and you will get the solution. Okay. So for this, they have added one this type of questions for execution. Now, okay, one question is there on estimate techniques. Huh? See, there are different techniques available. So metric based or somewhere expert based. So these will help you to measure the effort, okay, effort required, for that particular testing process. So metric means some kind of, we can say, reports. It's a pattern of report you will be getting. Expert based techniques also available, that we are taking some help of the expert and we are covering the estimation, right? And there are again different factors. So like character, development process, people, or the result. But let me help you with this point. Do remember this only. Whenever it comes to the agile development, in metric based burn down chart, generally they follow, right? When we go to the this one expert base, they will follow planning poker. Basically it is for calculating a story point. Okay, just to calculate story point, they simply follow this particular process, planning poker. So just understand, agile and sequential, what is important. If it comes to the agile, metric based measurement possible using burn down chart. Okay, how much work is left, you are able to track that. But planning poker is useful for story points collection. There they decide, based on the experience, they decide which point or which story to be covered first, and then they will complete that sprint entire process. When it comes to the sequential, the highlighted points only you need to understand. For metric based defect removal model, and for expert based, something which is called wideband Delphi estimation technique. Now, we are not going in depth, but just remember these are the techniques generally we follow for agile and sequential. And do remember this red color lines, I mean points only. Which technique? Just to remember name. They're not asking you meaning. They're just asking you which technique we follow. So metric base and the expert base. For sequential, metric based defect removal model, and wideband Delphi estimation for sequential, which comes under what? Expert base. You need to remember this point. Lastly, monitoring and control. Absolutely, as I mentioned, monitoring control, it is for the full process. It's not like one time we are performing or we are completing that process. So whenever we start with the monitoring and control, somewhere we need to track the full project, full process, the starting from the beginning till the end. Even whatever feedbacks you are getting from every phase, that we can again use as a process improvement task. So in one sprint, whatever process you completed, those problems should not repeat in the next sprint, next cycle. So monitoring control, it's all about the process activity that we follow throughout the life cycle. And that will help you to improve the quality. Again, your product. Something got missed, something where you are just miss your track, you are again able to continue with that process. So some kind of control activities they have mentioned, like reprioritizing tests whenever they identify risk occur. If it is there that something risk occur in between the work, definitely we can control that activity by rescheduling, recompleting, or reprioritizing that work. Changing the schedule due to the unavailability or availability of the environment or any resource. Possible. If something got sudden happen, we can change the schedule, right? So that is what some kind of monitoring task, tracking task is must. That will help you to improve your work. And based on that, you can decide which action to be taken. That's called controlling process. It's again a theoretical concept. And based on that, they are again defining some metrics to be used. So you can see execution report, somewhere common metric, percentage of plan completed work, percentage of plan work done in that test environment, execution report, defect report, coverage, as per we can say RTM and all we have covered in manual. So requirement traceability, how much acceptance criteria you have achieved, how much tasks you have completed, cost of that particular process, estimation metrics. These are the common metrics that used in software testing. Again, reports. When it comes to the reports, summary report means what? Execution report means what, right? So typical test progress report and summary report, what it include. So please do remember one more point. It is done by the manager, right? So summary of the testing performed, information on what occurred during the test period, deviation of the plan, including deviation, schedule, duration, everything. Something got missed, then what is happening in that, or what exactly happened previously, right? Everything you will get in a proper table format. Status of testing, your quality product quality with respect to exit and definition of done. Factors that have block or continue the block progress, that is also mentioned. Something related to metric like reports, defect report, test cases, coverage, activity progress, resource assumption, consumption, how much resource you have actually used. These points will be there. Again, residual risk and even reusable work product produce. Okay, if any risk is occur in between the process, in between that entire, we can say the metrics generation or any kind of process in terms of resource, it could be related to product. That is what it again actually collected in the report format. So risk management, we have a specialized team for that. But basic risk management or basic risk identification and some solution will be provided by the management side. And that is called risk analysis process. So in this chapter, you'll be having a separate section for that. So these are the small topic they have added. What is configuration management, how reports you prepare and all. So please remember, configuration management means something where we can store entire project related work. So in general, in terms of what we can call it, and in terms of automation, like we have a version control system, distributed version control system, Git and GitHub, where we can maintain every data, right? Similarly, in an organization also, configuration management is very much important. So somewhere everybody, they are working together on a one common project. You guys are able to store everything. But if your client, suppose same file you are updating, same file you are replacing again, but if your client is asking you for complete tracking purpose, entire history of the document, then you will not have anything to show them, right? Because you are updating same file. So better control management we should have. So this topic comes, configuration management. So it's all about all kind of project related work, files, test cases, documents, script, everything you can maintain in a centralized repository. So it is called centralized, or we can say distributed management system, right? Where everybody can work together and even they are able to access it. So again, it is very important for testing purpose also. So all the item related to your project, version control, track, each other work we are able to track, guys. If you have a proper version control with us, and similar, it's a similar concept like automation. So practically we have like, you'll be learning like Git and GitHub in the automation part, but here it is just a theory mention, like what exactly configuration management it is. And it is again relevant point for every organization aspect. So every organization, they should maintain their work in a centralized repository so that everybody should be able to access it. Centralized doesn't mean on a one single server. If server tomorrow get hangs, server get down, you might lose your entire data, right? So better approach is what? We have a distributed version control system to be followed, right? So that is all about configuration management. And yes, even risk, as I mentioned, one sure question on this. Okay, not, they will not ask you definition, either measurement. How we can measure risk? Yes, with respect to likelihood, that is nothing but probability and impact. Based on that, which is called risk exposure, based on that metric, we can calculate the risk. So see, what are the level of risk? That is the question. Level of risk will be two, likelihood and the impact. First, concentrate on the possibility. What are the chances? If you found that, then you can decide, okay, then how much it will impact, right? So risk involve possibility of the event in the future and which has some negative consequences, which might happen, might not happen. We can't directly predict it, but still, if any risk occur, we should concentrate on the possibility of that risk and the level of impact. Okay, few last point only. Kindly wait. So 2 points, yes, majorly that is a product risk. Please notice where and what could be the product risk. So anything related to the software, in simple shortcut, anything related to the software, that is product risk. Anything related to your project means it's all about process, resources, cycle, development cycle. Anything could happen. That comes under project. So see, product means something related to specification, component, your system, maybe functional problem, reliability, performance issue, compatibility, maintainability. This is called somewhere product risk. But when it comes to the, see, this hampers end user directly. Product risk always hamper to end user. Okay. So it is a post related activity, shortcut. But okay, let's see some example. Anything related to software, user experience is too much critical. Software is not easy. Software might not perform all the functionality, or as per the expectation it is not working. Software not working function as per the user need. System architecture not support some other functionals or non-functional requirement. Particular computation may be performed incorrectly, functional problem. Loop control structure may be coded incorrectly. So something which is done by the developer mistake, and that design is completely incorrectly designed. Response time of the application for a high performance transaction processing system, it is inadequate, means it is not stable. It is product risk, something which will impact on an end user. But guys, anything related to the management, anything related to the any process, right, organizational issue, that is called project risk. The project risk management and control of the test project. Example, see, it involves situation that may occur that have negative effect on the project ability. Such a risk which is identify and hamper process of making the product. Those entire process get affected because of that, right? So examples are in terms of project like delay in the delivery, task completion, satisfaction of the exit criteria, inaccurate estimation, funds, higher priority projects, right? Or any general cost cutting across the organization. Late changes may be result in substantial rework. That's again related to project. Or something basic skill, like somewhere your resource is not available with you, time pressure, right? So skill training staff may not be sufficient. Personal issues, user business staff subject matter expert may not be available due to some conflicting business priorities. That could again comes under project risk. So there will be definite question on this. Be ready, okay? Prepare for this. You can see some political problems, developer communication gap, tester developer, right? Even technical means something which is not enough, requirement is not there, environment is not ready, okay? Requirement may not meet in given constraint, given rule, given timeline. Something related to the development process, problem with design code configuration, poor management, right? Poor documentation. That is what project related risk. So in shortcut, something which is hamper on a complete process of development, that is project risk. Something which is hamper on the use of that software application, which is as per the end user perspective, that is a product risk. To remember that. So again, supplier problem. Many example they have given. Fine. So you can just go through it once. It's very easy. Only you need to judge which risk comes under which particular pattern. And then they have given risk-based testing. So absolutely guys, risk-based approach, it will help you to first of all understand what risk available in the project, and then we are able to take some actions on that to mitigate that risk. So in ISTQB in this syllabus, small topic they have added in the chapter number 5. So it is like configuration risk, type of risk, okay? Again we have defect reporting, defect management, but it is not in a depth. Even you can check the syllabus copy. It's hardly basic points only mentioned. Absolutely to improve the quality of the product. If you are doing risk-based testing, it will automatically improve the quality. So if you are noticing, controlling your project, managing your project from the starting point, you know that what could be the risk and you are taking solution on that, that will impact more, right? Process of development, process of testing too. So risk-based approach, it is a some kind of prevention, proactive approach, or we will get proactive opportunities to reduce the level of risk. See, if you are getting to know that, okay, there are this much possibility of risk is there, then we can simply try to reduce possibility of that risk. Automatically impact will be reduced. Are you getting my point? If possibility is high, then we will try to concentrate how come we can reduce the impact of that larger possibility level of risk. So that is called risk-based testing. But for this only we have a management level, we have certain plans to be follow, process to be follow, and then we are able to achieve the quality. So it's not again work or one person work. It's all about team get involved. But then risk-based testing is also important. The few points they have added that you need to identify which technique to be followed, determine level and the type of testing to be performed, and based on that you need to start your work. Okay, that is a good practice. Determine extent of testing, prioritize your work, even some other activity you need where we can reduce a risk, reduce the probability of that risk, likelihood or impact of the risk, then we can proceed with that particular plan. So these are what some best approaches that we can follow. And the last point I think they have mentioned for defect management, where you need to understand how we can manage the defect, mainly reporting part. Okay, so absolutely defects get identified by the tester. We are going to prepare the documents and we'll be uploading it. I mean, we'll be passing to the developer side. Normally in the industries, we are using certain tool for it. But as per the process of manual testing, you need to understand how the reports will be prepared and what the content should be there in the report. So see, there should be identifier, description. See, identifier, title, summary of the defect should be there, identification of the item for which, for which particular module you got that defect, on which environment. So development life cycle phase where we detected that. Description is most important. Some kind of database, screenshots, recordings also we can share. Expected actual result also important in the report so that developer is able to reproduce the same and they are able to check that whether it is really defect and how they can simple resolve to them. Scope of degree impact means measurement. We can measure defect in two ways, na? Severity and the priority. How much defect is severe to your application, that we can judge. High severity, medium severity, low severity. And if any defect is there, when to be simple fixed by the developer team. Possibility of urgency of fixing, that we can define with the help of priority. So these points also, it is important to mention in the report. And again, see the point, urgency, state of the defect report. Okay, this here comes a defect life cycle. Very first, new status. If any defect you found initially it is a new, then it will get opened by the higher authority. It get reviewed by the developer team. Whenever defect is a valid one, it get assigned to the specific developer for fixing purpose. If any defect is not a defect, status will be not a defect. If defect is a invalid, duplicate, status will be directly duplicate in that case. Sometimes what happened, defect is a valid, but it is part of a next release. Then it is called deferred. So it's a defect life cycle status. If anything is valid, developer will fix it. We do retesting for that. Then if it is purely fixed, properly fixed by the developer, we can close the cycle. Otherwise, we can reject the fix. And again, the process goes on. Again, in the reopen state, reassign state, and so on. So initially, you need to mention report with a new. Later on, as per the cycle, you will be able to update the status. Again, some conclusion, some global issues where some areas got affected after the fixing part or after some modification. You can add that. Some change history and the references. This is how we generally prepare a report. So they have just mentioned what defect management it is and how we can prepare a report, right? And here we have completed this chapter. So in this module, few topics, concepts, it is important to be focused. Let's try. Okay, so everybody just quickly understand the process and try this. So which of the following best explain drawback of independent testing? Guys, question is asked for drawback. Focus. Okay. So independent testing you may possess in the specific test type such as usability, security, which is true, right? Due to their different background perspective, independent testing may discover defect which the developer did not uncover. Yes, absolutely, it is also true. So we can't say it is a drawback. Yes, an independent test team may be isolated from the rest of the development and project team. Okay, and having business organization participant as an independent test team can hurt overall testing effort, since business participants often not trained or not experienced. So actually drawback it is asking. So correct answer is option C, because independent testing team should work together. Yeah, C is the correct answer. Okay, because they have asked drawback. Fine. It is again displayed here. So correct answer is C. Okay, you might try for next. Yeah, try this one. Everybody see. Which of the following task is mostly likely to be performed by the test manager? Yeah, it's very straightforward. Check it. Write test summary report based on the information gathered during testing, review test developed by other, create detailed execution schedule, analyze, review, assess requirement specification, test model for testability. What is the correct answer? Everybody, it's very straightforward. A. As per the ISTQB summary progress report designed by the manager. Okay, good. Let's try for next. Which of the following is statement which is about test estimate approach? Now tell me, we have discussed something like in agile, if I'm not wrong, right? We use burn down chart for a metric base, and then we use uh, that poker technique for what? Simple expert base. So here what is written? See, wideband Delphi estimation technique is an example of risk based. We don't have risk based approach. We have only two, metric and experience base. Do remember? Metric and expert base. So here it is asking that which of the following statement approach is what? It is correct. So absolutely I don't feel A is a correct. B is correct because it is expert base. Yes, it is for technique of example of expert base. Burn down chart is example, risk base is not there. Burn down chart is expert, no polar, poking polar, right? That is what for expert available we have in agile. So what is the correct answer? Absolutely B. Very nice. Try this one. Which of the following tests describes summary report for an executive level employee? Okay. Which of the following best describe the test summary report for an executive level employee? Report is a high level and includes status of defect. Report is a detail, includes status summary of the defect. Report IDs detail and includes specific information of the defect. And high level with specific information on defect and trend. What do you think? Tell me. We have a very straightforward answer still. Think summary report, okay, for this executive level of employee. What is the following best describe? What is the correct answer? Mm-hmm. Okay, let me help you guys. When the question is asked for best describe test summary report, right? It is summary report. So generally, if you say this report is detailed, those are asking for B, right? Detailed report includes status summary of defect and priority in budget. So no, that's not a correct answer. No, no. Here a correct answer option is given. That's the A. Yeah, Aparna, absolutely right. It is a report of high level, absolutely, and it includes status of defect by priority or budget. So it doesn't contain detailed report. It's a summary, high level but short and summary report. So option A is the correct. Yes, absolutely. Try the next one. Which of the following is most likely example of project risk? Okay, this is very simple. Try you. Everybody try. What could be the project risk? So a computation is not always performed correctly in some situation. Specific module do not adequately meet their intended functionality or functions according to the user. Team member skill may not be sufficient for assigned work, or system architecture may not support for non-functional requirement. What is the correct answer? It's very simple. Yeah, correct. Absolutely. Here, as per the project, definitely C is the correct answer. Very good. Okay, try this. Which of the following example which represent product risk? Okay. So the expected security feature may not be supported by the system architecture. Developer may not have time to fix the defect found by the test team. Test cases may not provide full coverage of the specified requirement, or the performance test environment may not be ready before the product is due for delivery. Okay, before the system is due for delivery. What do you think? What could be the problem with the product? Product means it's very straightforward. No, no, no. Product means what? Something will impact whom? On end user, guys. Yes, Gurudev. Correct. How come D? Performance test environment may not be ready before the system is due for delivery. So it is still, it is under process now. So it is related to project problem. D is not a correct answer. It's a project problem. Test case are not giving a full coverage. Project problem. Developer don't have time. Project issue. So the correct answer is what? A. Yes, something impact on the software. So some feature is not supported, na? So the correct answer is A. Absolutely. Okay, try this. Now this one, it's very easy. Entry exit criteria. Think properly what could be the entry and what could be the exit. See, simple trick. Entry means something is completed, right? Oh, sorry, something is started. Entry, beginning point. Exit is something is completed. So what do you think? See, if you say, just observe the scenario. Defined level of code coverage has been achieved. What is this? Completed means exit, exit criteria. So you can see first option should be there in exit. Okay, so first of all, these two are not valid. Here you can see first is available. Test automation tool has been installed and properly configured. So that is what entry. Remember, it is an entry. 2 comes under entry. Yes. The number of unresolved defect within the predefined limit. So still the process is not completed or it is unresolved defect within a predefined limit. I will say it is what? Yes, according to you, the correct answer people have given, but this is what exit level. Okay. Fourth one, the performance test environment setup is ready. It's an entry. So it is coming here. User story have the proper acceptance criteria defined. Again, it is an entry criteria, guys. And the testing budget have spent the project sponsor because the not testing any further. So basically it is exit criteria. So absolutely 1, 3 and 6 is a exit. The first option is the correct. Yeah, many people have written that. Very good. Option A is the correct answer. And here comes, we have completed this module. Okay, last module, hardly 2 questions. So what you need to prepare, I'll just cover with the basic. It's all about types of tool only. Okay, it's just tool. Means they're not asking you any specific tool. They have just mentioned a category. And only 2 questions, 2 marks. Do remember that. So there are different tools. So why we need a tool? So we, in general, in our mind, there is a mindset. Tool means something we need for automation. No, every time, not only for automation, for management purpose also we follow the tool. So example, let me show you the tool, like what categories of tool are there. So mainly they have written that why we need a tool, obviously to maintain a document, track it, for execution. All the execution tool are nothing but the automation tool. Okay, so execution tool in ISTQB are called automation tool, like Selenium. Some framework we use for unit testing, TestNG, JUnit, those are what, again we are using certain tool, we are using certain framework. So something which is related to management, related to testing, testware, where you can store something. So like test management tool, where the entire process we can manage, requirement management, defect management, configuration management, it comes under management, guys. Okay. Here it is written D. D stand for it is a tool referred by developer. Other tool referred by us. Okay. So somewhere we follow defect management tool, configuration management tool, and any test management tool. So continuous integration like Git and GitHub, Jenkins followed by the developer mostly. Tool support for static testing means review, code coverage review. Some tools are followed by tester developer. So the tool support for review, those are called static analysis tool. Static testing tool, and the code related, something to related to code, observation, coverage of the code and all. These tool followed by the developer. D stand for developer. Then tool support for test case design, implementation. So we have acceptance test driven development, BDD, Cucumber tool, right? Test driven development, which is followed by the developer. Do you remember we have seen this in automation? TDD means what? Okay, those are new for them. Again, TDD is what? Test driven development. It is a approach where developer get the benefit to improve their work. But now we have a BDD approach, which is actually behavior driven development, and where everybody they can work together. Tester, customer, even what we can say BA, automation engineer, everybody they can work together. So it's a best agile process. I will say one of the agile methodology. It is based on methodology of agile. And model based tool, this data preparation tool, it again comes under design and implementation. So something which is support to execution and logging, do remember it's all about automation. Selenium and all comes under here, automation tool. So coverage tool we have, see, harness and unit testing framework tool. DDD means it is followed by the developer. We use for regression testing Selenium. That's our automation tool which comes under execution. Tool support for performance measurement. Specialized testing tools are also there, like JMeter, we have load runner, right? So performance testing tool, monitoring tool, and some dynamic analysis which is done by the developer. So they have mentioned the category, nothing else, and hardly 2 marks. You just need to understand which tool comes under which category. That's it. Some specialized testing team like quality check, even we have usability, security, language testing, accessibility, some kind of data conversion migration. We have support specialized testing tool, and configuration testing, compatibility testing. We have this specialized testing tool for that. And then benefit and risk of test automation is what? Yeah, somewhere automation is important. Why? Because every time we need to go for the repetition scenario, regression testing. So for that reason, automation is a best suitable. So yes, guys, if you automate your software application, it is very easy. Where we can tomorrow it might be possibility if any change occur, we guys are able to conduct regression testing again and again. Even every time, only manual testing is not enough. Like somewhere in some scenario, like performance testing, we can't do only manual testing. It is not possible to cover. So if you want to really test performance of the software application, we need automation. So you can see how the automation execution tool are beneficial. So it will help you to reduce in repetitive manual work. So running regression test, even setup of environment, tier up, tier down tasks, re-entering same data. So for that we are using data driven testing, right? If you are repeating the test data, maintain it in the spreadsheet or Excel format, and then we can read it from the file. So we use certain frameworks for that. So these are the benefits of automation. You will get always consistent and reliable result if you are following tool to automate the process. That's the benefit. More accurate, we are able to cover each and every scenario in automation. Yes, it is possible, right? Easier access to information about testing, some statistical graph, the basic benefit of tool. Something you are doing manually, you will not able to generate report automatically. You need to generate it remote, or we can say manually only. But if you are using tool, on a single click, you are able to ready with the report. That's the one more benefit. So in automation, you'll be having many strategies. If you are using TestNG framework, default reporting facilities there, extend report is there, TestNG listeners are there. So many things are there in automation. So basically, these are the benefits for automation. And risk means somewhere we can say that yes, sometimes each and every possible, like every possible scenario to be covered, right? So main possibility, main risk is what? Your skills, if it is not clear, it will be difficult to automate, guys. You should be very clear about the objective, what exactly you are automating. It should be very, very important to know, right? Then only we can start. What special consideration? So for execution tool, see the special consideration. We have these frameworks actually in automation that we use in real time too. So data driven, as I mentioned, execute same set of action with multiple test of data, multiple set of data, multiple time. And for this, we have a framework. So data driven testing is possible using TestNG also, Cucumber also. But this is a practical part. Keyword driven means what? Based on certain keyword, we are able to test the application. Certain actions we record, we maintain it in the file. And based on that, we are able to test the application. Best example, robot framework. With the help of robot framework, we guys are able to achieve the keyword driven testing too. And there are many other frameworks are available. So some kind of keywords, which is called action words, we maintain, and based on that, we do testing. So these are the special consideration with respect to management. Do remember, management tool means something which will help you to store, or this is based on certain process like Jira, test management, defect management. Like we can say test rail tool, test case management, then test link, where we can perform test management, quality control, LM nowadays, application lifecycle management. So these tool will help you to manage the whole process that can be related to test case writing, execution and all, or it could be related to what defect life cycle. So you are logging the defect, you are tracking it. That is again management part, right? But test management mainly focus on the whole process, test management process, testing life cycle in short. And then they have used the effective use of tool that you are aware. If you have a tool, you can able to perform many things, reports and all we are able to generate, right? Even tools will help you to organize your work somewhere as per the versions we are able to maintain, we are able to track, right? Reports you will get automatically. And like some facilities are there that different types of reports, graphical view, charts, we are able to implement, we are able to create if you are following the tool. But manually, if you try to maintain everything, quite difficult. But using tool, it's very, very easy, right? So there are many advantages, effective use of tool you can see. And what is a pilot project? Yeah, they have mentioned it's all about guys. Whenever tool gets selected by the organization, how they select? Absolutely, every tool is suitable for what? For their project and the product characteristics. The tool must be suitable first. It should match the certain requirement, then only we can select that tool, we can use that tool, correct? So pilot project means what? It's like a dummy. Somewhere you are using, you want for your team and a specific tool. Then it is very sure we need to make sure that team is compatible with the language which is followed by the tool. Somewhere we take a demo from that particular vendor. Okay, how the tool actually works. We need a demo for that, right? And based on that pilot round, we can select the tool. So this is the process which followed by the organization. So again, you don't need to worry about this. Something which is new in the market, team, I mean, your management will provide you staffing training for the same, right? But tool should be effective, or tool should be compatible with our checklist. Tool should, whatever the programming language is there, the team should be able to know, or, they are able to prepare that code script. So that is most important whenever any tool gets selected by the organization. So, based on that only this information is available, that depth knowledge about tool, understanding both its strength, weakness is important for us. So very first organization will take care all these points, and then depends on the need, they select the tool. So success factors, again, rolling out the tool, check the pilot round, monitoring tool, use any automation tool, management tool, right? Then somewhere if you are completely new, provide training for that, coaching, right, about your tool. This is what. And same, lesson learn about all the user, take their suggestion, and based on that, use that particular tool for a process. And even they have, and the last way they have written the standard. Okay, so there might be possibilities, some questions, I mean any hardly one question, see hardly two questions on this topic now. So mostly they might ask you for the standard, but I will suggest no need to prepare. Anyways, you can prepare only for the categories and the type of tool. So questions are again similar. Let's see, very simple question. Which one of the best or following most likely to be benefit of test execution tool? Execution means automation, do remember. So absolutely, if you see, it will not maintain any version control. It is not designed for security purpose. And it is easy to run regression test, or it is easy to create regression test. What do you suggest? What do you think? Yes, it is easy to run. Absolutely. It is easy to run regression testing. Perfect. D is the correct answer. Absolutely. Okay, try for this. Here it is given the tool and the category. Very, very simple. Just focus. Tool support for management, testing, testware. Something you are able to store. Means what type of tool it is? It's a B, right? Configuration management. Tool support for static testing, it is C, review. Yes. Tool support for execution means we can say execution and login, and performance measurement, that is monitoring, D. And then I can say it is A. So which it is satisfied, guys? Our answer should be B, C, A, D. Yeah, B, C, A, D, and that's again D. Just a minute. Let me go to next. Yeah, D. Absolutely. No, no, Aparna, it's a D. How come B? Yes, it is a D option. Got it now? Okay. Try this. Okay, what is asked? Let me check the scenario full. You have just completed pilot project for regression, and you understand that tool much better and have tailored your testing process. So you have standardized approach to using tool and its associated work product. So which of the following a typical test automation pilot project goal that remains to be carried out? What do you think? Learn more about a tool, see how the tool will fit with existing process and the practice, decide on the standard, the ways of using, managing, storing, maintaining tool and the test asset, or assess whether the benefit will be achieved at a reasonable cost. Very straightforward answer. Think properly. What do you suggest? Okay. No, 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 no. The concept is why not see Varun, Gurudev and Kushi, right? Why not see the process, the pilot round you have taken for regression testing? It is not related to any management. So how come C? C is used to standard to use, manage, storing and maintaining. No. In regression, we execute. It's the execution category. So C is absolutely not. Hmm. Yes, Dolly. Yes, Pranuti. Absolutely correct. It's all about assess whether benefit will be achieved at a reasonable. See, automation having a high cost, right? So definitely tool also support your entire requirement, but the cost factor is more important, right? If it is a license one and if it is a affordable, then okay. But if it is not affordable, then there will be the problem, right? So yes, assess whether the benefit will be achieved at a reasonable cost. That is a one factor we can focus. Okay, try this. Which of the following tool is the most useful for reporting? Reporting test metrics. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, reporting test metrics tool. Management, static, coverage, or security. Again, very, very straightforward. What do you think? Yes, absolutely correct. It's all about management only. Okay, try this. Again, you have to just categorize A, B, C, D. Which one is match? Yeah, it's a management. Absolutely correct. Try this next question. Question number 5. So, performance and measurement, right? So, it is what type of tool? Execution is what, and management is what, and design is what? Hmm. Think what could be the answer? Question number 5. Fine. I know that very quickly we have covered this topic. Hardly 2 questions based on that, but please focus still. So, Varun says B. Okay. Yeah, little bit confusion, Varun. Little bit. Okay. Otherwise, your option is let me help you with this. Performance measurement dynamic analysis, absolutely B. That is true. Okay. Test execution and logging. That is also, yes, requirement. Okay. Test execution and we can say logging the report. Yes, absolutely. It is A. Management and testing, testware and design. There is a confusion in these two. So what will be the answer? Okay, because when we talk about management, testing and testware, just to remember, it is defect management tool. Yeah. So actually here it should be C. Sorry, it should be D, right? Defect management is a D. And test design means while designing, you need to mainly concentrate on what? Test data preparation. So if you observe, the answer is what? C should be here, na? So B, D, A, C. I mean B, A, D, C. B, A, D, C. Option C is the correct answer, not B. Yes, option C is the correct answer, not B. Focus, okay? Sometimes if you confuse, just focus on the management. Management, anything management means it's not only test case management. It could be defect management also. So something you are storing, something you are executing, then there are different categories. Okay, you are executing, that is what your requirements, you are covering your requirement, right? You are testing it. How much requirement we have actually covered. Because here the points are different. Previous question points was different, right? Fine, no issues. So correct answer will be C. Try this again as per the pilot project. So which of the following most likely use as a reason for using a pilot project to introduce tool into organization? So taking benefit and by observing that how much it is suitable to a project, then only pilot project or that project got or that tool got select. So the need of evaluate how the tool fit with existing process, practice, determine what tool need to change. That is a benefit, or need to evaluate test automation skill, training, mentoring, coaching, or tester who will use the tool, or need to evaluate whether tool provides required functionality, does not duplicate existing tool, or the need evaluate tool vendor in terms of training and other support. What do you think? You need to select best, most likely reason why we go for pilot product project. No, you have answered me B or C, right? But B is related to only tool we need to for test automation skill, training, coaching. No, that's not our best or most likely reason na, to select go for pilot round. Generally the common reason is option A, guys. It should fit to the ongoing process whatever we are following in the organization. So our tool should fit to your entire existing process and practice, and based on that we like determine what would need to be changed. Okay, so actually correct answer is not B, even not C. It's A. Option A is the correct here. That's okay. You need to go through one more time this chapter. Okay. Anyways, there are only two questions. And here we have completed the workshop for ISTQB, and all the best to everybody. Now, few points I will be discussing with you. Can you start your camera? I would like to take a picture for ISTQB this certification, guys. Just be ready quickly.